Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. And have some patience with it. I've been there once since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called
Yes,
life.
yes, we in
Just
here.
gotta win this race called life.
Peace, Titan family. Peace, Titan family. Assalamualaikum, shalom, Imhotep. Peace to the Titan family. How y'all doing today? I hope everybody's having an amazing day. Let me get this off the screen right here. Um, and let's see, where should I start? Tonight we have a special presentation from someone the Titan family knows well, yet still remains one of the most mysterious figures on the channel. He's African centered, deeply committed to comedic thought, and consistently brings sharp insight and grounded wisdom every time he steps onto one of my open panels. An academic mind, a quiet force, and a man who people are still trying to figure out, but always respect. Answering King J's challenge to deliver a full presentation. Everybody, welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments. None other than the man they call Jose Francis. How you feeling today, Jose?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I want to, first of all, as my mother would say, be grateful and be thankful and never be rude when you come into someone's house. So thank you for allowing me on. And I'm very appreciative of you allowing me on. I wanted to actually do a PowerPoint, but I can't do it at the moment. You'll have to give me a little bit of time, maybe a week, maybe about a week, and then I could put together that presentation for you. But in the meantime, I got some content on my channel we can review, put up for some critiques by, some of your viewers and some of your debaters.
Okay. Let's see. Shout out. Okay, that's you in the chat. You put the link in the private chat? Okay, that's
Yeah.
what this is. I got you right here.
Now,
Made it easy for me.
I want you to go to a specific video. It's called Retainer Sacrifice Part 2. Because that's the one that I could pick out quick that has some academics in it. Because my laptop was down and all kind of drama. So I just want to
Okay,
make sure
and it's under live or video.
it'll be under live. Now, ironically, not ironically, but someone else, I had a challenge from someone else to talk about
And it's called what?
Retainer Sacrifice, something. It would be say Retainer Sacrifice Part 2.
Got you.
It's about, and ironically, someone else challenged me to a debate / discussion on the afterlife in ancient Kemet, and if it was only for people of status, but that one is not on my. That's not my video. That's someone else's content, so I wouldn't be able to show you that. But this is something that resulted from that because we started to talk about retainer sacrifice, and I just went and jumped in on the video. I just went and jumped in and did that. I have about 5 of them.
All right, this is part 2, so let's give it a listen. And when you want me to stop it to interject at any time, just let me know.
You have to go past because that's just me talking. To have a part where I actually pull up a paper.
Got you.
You want to
So
start
start where the paper pulls at?
Yes, and then we could talk. Hopefully everyone can see it. Yes,
So
they
this
can
is
definitely
Retainer
see it.
Sacrifice in ancient in Kemet and in Nubia. So Jacobus Van
Does it sound good?
Didja.
No,
So
Oh,
this gentleman
sounds
is a
muffled, but
Norwegian
it's prior
Egyptologist
quality, not anything on the
and a
ring.
linguist. So he's qualified to talk about this, right? The truth of the doctrine of culture or historical
Can people hear it
is
though?
the same thing. The
Yes.
relativism is that we can never apprehend another person, another people, or another period imagination as though it were our own. The falsity of it is that we can therefore never genuinely apprehend it at all. We can apprehend it well enough, at least as well as we apprehend anything not properly ours, but we do so not by looking beyond the interfering glosses that connect us to it, but through them. First footnote. Human sacrifice has long been, and perhaps still is, a somewhat controversial subject among Egyptologists. The ancient Egyptians have often been considered too civilized for such a barbaric custom. As the Canadian anthropologist and archaeologist Bruce Trigger put it, I quote, the cruel forms of human sacrifice practiced by the Aztecs have caused many Egyptologists to wonder if such people can really be considered to have been civilized, end
All right.
quote.
You can stop it there.
Footnote 2. Inevitably, a famous episode from an early kingdom literary text, the West Copper Pirates.
Right. Now, challenge, answer. I don't have to go no further as far as content is concerned. I answered the challenge. Yes, I'm muffled, but it's a presentation. If you look up the man is a properly well-established academic. So I answered the challenge. That's my video. I answered the challenge. So there we go. I don't know if you want to discuss the content, go to another video.
What? So you're going to come and give 2 minutes of a presentation and say you answered King J's challenge?
No.
I don't know how you
No.
feel about
Hold
this.
on. I'm not saying we're ending the live. I'm just flexing to say that it was that simple to answer the challenge. We can go into other videos if you want, but I already answered the challenge already. If I want to stop now, A1, I've answered this simple challenge. I can go and lay down going to answer this challenge. Correct?
I don't believe the challenge has been answered.
Oh, wow. You going to do me like that, A1?
I'm gonna do
No.
you like
I'm
that.
not going anywhere. No. Hold on. I'm not going off, you know.
Mhm.
I'm just saying the challenge has been answered.
Nope. I don't believe. If it was me, I wouldn't feel like you answered the challenge. You didn't put a presentation together. He wanted you to put a presentation together and come up
Wow.
here. That was his challenge. I may be confused. I may be confused, but I believe he's
Did he
probably
say
going to
put
say,
together person? No, he didn't say that.
I'm not tripping. You were
No.
answering his
I'm
challenge.
gonna tell you
So
what he
I was
said.
giving you your shot to do that. You know what I'm saying? We still
No,
got
he's
this
gonna get
nice
a
graphic I
presentation.
put you together.
No, he's gonna get a presentation, A1. But his challenge
Mhm.
was, he said, I was on another platform, I didn't contribute anything. He didn't say anything about presentation. He said you haven't contributed anything meaningful. You're just talking. That was basically what he said.
Let me drop that link for King J or anybody who wants to come up. Shout out
Right.
Titans TV in the crowd. I actually saw you do well, you weren't doing a presentation. You were actually over there talking though on the panel like about 2 weeks ago. He was cooking over there that day, Jose. That's why I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, King J challenged him. He's about to bring the PowerPoint out. Like, oh wow. Okay, let me drop that link for King J or anybody else who wants to come up. I done sent this to about 50 people and told them Jose is doing it today. I'm slow with this link. We can definitely pull up some more videos though. I thought you were going to at least go through the whole video and show a whole presentation, maybe like that. That's what I was thinking. Not 2 minutes. I'm not sure if let's be respectful. I think he dropped off for a second. I think he's gonna come back up, but
Okay.
I thought he was gonna play maybe a whole presentation that he already had pre-recorded.
Me too. Something like I was
So
like,
I was like, okay, let's go then. We can do that. I'm
for
thinking,
sure.
yeah.
A real presentation, at least a PowerPoint. Like, at least he started off reading. I was like, oh my god, I'm cringing through this. Like, you know what I'm saying? But at least he was. I was like, okay. And then he just stopped reading. Like,
Maybe
what?
we planned it just too soon, or maybe you need more time. That's okay though.
But on some real scholarship type of deal, I've been working today on a couple things. I got a PowerPoint put together in regards to I'm showing L
and how El and Allah
Mhm.
are the same deity, both both linguistically, culturally, and in any other way. So it's pretty nice. So maybe I could probably message you the PowerPoint or something, or I can
Oh man, you good? Just I mean, I may have to start doing that. I don't.
Mhm,
Actually,
mhm,
I was gonna say I trust you, but
mhm.
in Jose, shout out Jose. Jose is back on the panel.
Okay. So you guys are not satisfied with that then? You think I should put together a PowerPoint?
Well,
I
Joey,
wouldn't. Go ahead.
uh,
Well, let
well,
me go first. Let me go first. Then
okay,
I'll
go
let you
ahead.
go. I was going to say I was just confused. I thought that first. I thought you were doing a PowerPoint, which was cool when you said that you didn't have one. You just wanted to do an older presentation, and anything is cool. I don't care. We're live. We're kicking it, man. Like at the end of the day, I do open panels half the time. So, but I thought you
That's
were going to answer his challenge, and then I'm like, okay, well, he's going to do it in video form. I've seen people
okay.
do. I've
Okay.
seen
All
people
right.
try to slide videos in as a debate where they have the whole thing
It's up.
pre-recorded. So I'm like,
Now
okay,
it's up
maybe
to
he's got an
you.
old presentation, and we can just go over
Exactly.
the old presentation,
Okay.
and he can
So
drop
that
some
doesn't
new
count.
points. And then I'm like, oh, you read 2 pages out of a book. I didn't even hear what book it was. And
Okay.
then
All
it,
right.
Yeah.
it
Okay.
And
sounded
then
like commentary on somebody else's work because they were talking about the Canadian scholar. I'm like,
that
okay, so this isn't even,
his
Hold on a
own.
second. Hold on.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, A1. And then I was left, even when you start reading, I was left without a conclusion of what's the purpose of what, it's about retaining sacrifice. So I'm saying, like, what was, are you saying that it stopped existing at a certain period of time, or just you were just reading something that was establishing that retainer sacrifice existed?
All right. So that's not satisfactory then.
Well, I
You
mean,
don't accept that.
Joey, no, actually,
Hold
I
on.
mean,
Hold on. I'm talking to the host.
well, are you not
We're
asking
not
me
doing
the
the argument.
question?
No, we're not. Hold on, King J. We're not doing the argument right now. Let me talk to the host.
Well, Joe, I'm not arguing, Joey. I'm asking a question. If
Well,
you ask
no,
me
he
a
just want to
question,
ask
was
me.
it
No, he
oh,
want to ask me a question. I'll give him.
okay,
It
okay.
was his show, his night. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me, Jose.
Right. So
Oh, you asked me,
no,
was
that's
it
not what.
satisfactory? I mean, at
No,
the end of
that's
the
what I'm
day,
asking. If it's
I
not
have no
satisfying, you can do it.
expectations, or I'm not setting like I didn't. It's not like I didn't ask you to do anything. So
No,
honestly,
it's
you
up
have
to
to
him.
ask King J if
If
that
he's
really
not
it's up to King
satisfied,
J if it's satisfactory. But if you actually brought a presentation, I could have went to your defense though if he had something to say about it. But like I couldn't. I don't. You know, it's
Exactly. It's
like
all
if you
listen,
don't want to, if that's how you took it, if it didn't, if it wasn't that serious to you, that's okay.
listen. I'm
exactly.
with
A1 now.
you
Let
on
me
what you're
respond real
saying.
quick. A1 now.
I'm
Uh,
with you on what you're saying. If that's not satisfactory, I'm cool with that.
No, I don't. I just don't want you to think like I'm upset with you or something when you're at,
No.
because the way you're
It's not
asking
about
me
you
like, is
being
that
upset.
satisfactory? I'm gonna be like, no, that was unsatisfactory. Like I
Okay.
don't
I
like,
mean,
right,
but
if
bro,
you
I
say
don't. I'm
that,
not tripping about nothing.
right.
if you say that, then I'm cool with that. I ain't gonna
Yeah, yeah.
defend
Like
you.
I'm not mad at you about nothing because like I thought this thing was like a joke. I didn't because I just recently.
No, we wasn't joking.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
We
thought
wasn't
this whole
joking at
thing was
all.
like some kind of like ongoing joke or something that I just wasn't aware
Oh,
of.
you
So
didn't know?
yeah, I'm thinking I'm just facilitating
No,
some
Joe.
joke
No,
like that.
Joey was
No,
serious.
you
Yeah, I
didn't
think they
know.
know.
You
I'm
didn't know he was
thinking. I'm under the impression that they know you've got some scholarship somewhere, and they just haven't
Oh
looked
no. Oh
for it, and
no.
they're just
Oh,
like challenging you
no.
to
You
get back out here.
oh.
Like
oh no.
King
Not at
so,
all.
J, I
We
mean,
know Joey doesn't. Hey, A1,
wait a minute. Wait a minute,
can I
A1.
have 30 seconds
You
to
didn't
so,
know
respond
that?
before I
so
get
I
into?
guess it's jokes on me. Then that's what it is.
You didn't
Yeah,
know that,
Okay,
we
I
already
get
knew he
A1?
didn't have scholarship. But hey, A1, real quick, just
it.
30 seconds of
Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose.
or uninterrupted from Joey, since I was the person that he's presenting this for, right? I'm
Hold
here.
on,
So quick,
Wait, wait. What
Joey,
did
let
you
me
want to
You
do,
talk,
King
can
J?
brother.
say what you want. Let me
Joey,
explain
can
to
I
him
talk,
something
please,
first.
brother? Show some
Let me
decorum.
explain to him something first, King J. Let me explain
Joey,
it.
you
Can I
already
explain to him
talked.
first? This is what I'm talking
Well,
about.
let me know when you're done, so I can
Let me
have something
explain.
to
Yeah,
respond. Go ahead.
let me hear from Jose.
You know, we do have real history, and he wasn't joking. He was very serious in what he said. I thought you realized that. I didn't know you didn't realize that.
No, see, I don't know.
This
Again, I'm
wasn't for
new.
play.
I'm a new platform.
No.
I'm a new
No,
host,
this
so
wasn't
I
for
don't.
play. I
You
didn't know
guys
you didn't
both
know
hopped
that.
on the panel. I
Now,
didn't know that you guys
now
had
since I'm here, A1,
a.
maybe I can respond. I don't have
Well,
anything
I'm gonna
against
let you
Joey.
respond. Hold on,
Okay,
King
thank you,
J.
thank you.
Let him get what whatever he needs out, so he can.
You didn't know
We
that?
can both
I
come to
thought you knew this
understand.
was a serious thing. I wasn't playing.
I mean,
He's
but
not trying-
you're so calm all the time. I wouldn't know when you're mad, when you're serious. I didn't
No,
know.
I mean,
You laugh and you were really calm all the time.
yes.
You talk like you're talking right now. So
Because if you ask anybody who's familiar with me on YouTube, they will never make the statement that I didn't contribute nothing. I don't have any presentation. That's just not true.
But
if you don't like
see,
what I present, then say so.
do
Don't
you
tell me I didn't
felt
present
felt
nothing.
like you
That's
contributed
incorrect.
something to the community with that 30 seconds?
No, but I didn't say that. The
Okay.
video is more than 30 seconds, A1.
The whole video, yes. I
The
thought you
video's
said
more
we
than
were
30
you said
seconds.
we're done here and you could say accomplished. I thought you were saying you were finished and turn it off.
No. I'm not finished. I'm
Okay.
saying I think I answered this challenge by saying I have no content. I haven't presented anything. Doesn't that count as a presentation?
Oh, so I stopped you prematurely thinking that you were saying
But this
you
is
were
what
done.
I'm saying
Okay.
to you. I'm just saying once I show that means I have a presentation to give to the community. You can disagree with it or not, but that does count as a presentation. That's all.
It does, even if it's old.
That's
and
all
you're
I'm saying.
representing it. It does
That's all
count as
I'm
a
saying.
presentation.
Right.
Okay. Now,
is
now
what
can
I'm
I speak,
saying.
A1? He said what he had to say.
After I let you speak, and wait, Jose, are you going to finish this presentation?
We're gonna go over more videos, A1.
Oh,
We're
so
not
you're
ending
literally
live.
you're only playing 2 minutes of that one, and you're going to a different one.
Yes, because I'm going to show the individual who, to be honest, I think that we can put him off for now, and then we'll let him come back on later. Let me present what I want to present.
Okay.
You can come back and answer me.
Okay.
So King J, you can come back later, but let me finish doing it because we're
Yeah, that's fine. But
let's give him his chance to
Thank
go ahead and finish answering your challenge.
okay.
Thank you. But A1, real quick before I go, I just want to have 30 seconds just to say something before
Man,
without Joey
okay.
interrupting me or filibustering me. I would like
30
to
seconds,
talk.
and then I gotta let him finish with his show. So
Thank
come
you.
on.
Thank you.
I'm not putting you on the big screen though.
I
Go.
appreciate it. All right, here we go. So, well, the question was I satisfied or we satisfied with the presentation? Honestly, it was what I expected. He did what we expected. So with that, he's showing his level of scholarship with this. So I do actually have a real presentation. So I'll get it to you if later on tonight we can even do it tonight after he's done reading through his PDFs. So I'm gonna go jump on Sa and just I'll jump back and check a little later when he's done reading his PDFs.
I'll
For
message you. I'll message you.
Okay. So now that that's done, I don't know what to say. I should, to be honest, in my viewpoint, I shouldn't even answer them to begin with. Because to me, I don't know. I have other videos I could go through if you like. But,
First, you asked me if the 2 minutes was satisfactory. I was going to say, if I was asking for somebody to do a presentation, I wouldn't say that was.
No. I was saying, I answered the challenge by saying I have a presentation. This is considered a presentation, that's all.
At that 2 minute mark, you were trying to say I can stop here.
No.
So?
I was just saying, no. The video is more than 2 minutes. I want to play more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm saying if
I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, sorry. I stopped you too soon. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's cited in this text, footnote 3. It is a collection of.
No, pause. Tell me to pause it when you want me to stop it for you. Your audio is muffled on here too. It's a prior audio problem, but.
So you want to stop this and go to one with better audio?
Tell me which one you want to see.
This is bad, man. I shouldn't have done this. So I shouldn't have done this so fast.
Hey, I thought you told me you were ready. I got them flyers just to you as fast as I could.
There ain't nothing
for your request.
Let me see what else.
Don't beat yourself up about it. It's okay.
No. It's not about beating myself up because I know I got content and I got a presentation. I'm not worried about him. This is about trying to give the audience so he can say what he wants to say. I don't care. But at this particular point in time, if you want to answer me, you have to match. Even if you bring some sort of presentation in whatever form.
Well, first, before we get into the presentation, I guess we can go into. I did have some questions for you, though. So, because I have heard you talk on the platforms, and like I said, you do bring a lot of insight and wisdom. So, what inspired your shift toward African-centered thought and Kemetic studies?
Let me tell you the honest truth.
Mm.
YouTube.
YouTube.
In a way, because I was watching, things like Smash Rockwell. I know you'd be familiar with Smash Rockwell. I was watching Sarnetta, seeing Jabari, I think Reggie maybe and those other people kind of inspired me to sort of, go into learning. The Smash Rockwell inspired me to actually try and learn Medu Neter. So, I could even go on, I could even show you his channel and show you us going through Medu Neter as well. So that's not a problem.
Okay, I'm familiar with the name. I've seen him putting in work and cracking heads together on a couple platforms.
Right.
I think I saw a video of him actually reading Medu Neter in a museum somewhere.
We go through that.
Like a year or two ago.
Yeah, he still did. He did it, I think, yesterday.
Okay.
So he inspired me, so I started to learn Medu Neter. Gotten pretty good in the last year and a half to 2 years. So I'm pretty proud of myself with that.
Okay. So, how do you define Kemetic knowledge, and what makes it relevant in modern times?
Put it this way: if you do math, that definitely has to do with Kemet. When you do with medicine in the Western world, that definitely has to do with Kemet. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but definitely a lot of wisdom texts. Pretty much the whole entire Greek ideology and philosophy comes from ancient Kemet.
What sources have you seen on that?
Bro, trust me, if you go down into my YouTube videos, you're going to see me going into St. Andrew's Corpus and reading the text. You'll see all of that on there. You'll see me going through grammar books. You'll see all of that. So you can go ahead and peruse through them and see what you see. You'll see all of that on there.
Okay.
You see me trying to do all of that, or making attempts to do that. And I've gotten better since the first video. But even if you go into videos, you'll see it has about 270 videos on there.
Okay. What do you feel the most misunderstood aspect of ancient Kemet is among today's scholars or debaters?
I'll say this: the most controversial topic is the color of the people, the people's skin color. I think that's something. I mean, I don't think that they're disingenuous about their idea of the knowledge, no. But the skin color and who they are is a big problem. Because the people in the country now who are around the country want to say that they're those people. But if you have eyes to see, you know that. They're definitely not the people. They don't look nothing like the people that you see all plastered all over the walls. They definitely don't. And I think you'd agree with that. That they definitely don't. Zaire Watts don't look nothing like that. So I think you would agree with that.
I would agree. I've seen some darker colored people on the walls. I've seen, they had paint back then. It's not like they didn't have paint. So like if they wanted to paint people that were Caucasians, they definitely could have, and they did at times. So,
yeah, but those are not people that came from the country. Those are normally foreigners.
Exactly. I mean, I wasn't designating who was who. I was just saying that they knew how to identify people on the walls. But yeah, so I've definitely seen it before. Definitely seen it. How do you feel? You know what? Is there a specific African philosophical principle you think people should apply more in their daily lives or every day?
No, I think personally, if you're not sure of your heritage, you should pick one that appeals to you and just study it, even if you don't necessarily do the practices. If you're African or Africanized from the African diaspora, you should do that. You should definitely do that. You could just pick one. All of us will know where you come from, but just pick one and follow it.
So what are practices right now that you do every day that you would probably advise people to pick up that you maybe don't see often?
Now here's the thing: I'm not a practitioner of any of the particular African spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but I have reasons for not doing that because I'm living in Trinidad and Tobago, and a lot of times you have to be careful who you get involved with those practices because they take them out of context and they do things that, or they mix them with Christianity and all these other things.
Hey.
So
I mean, but even on a simple level, like maybe meditation or affirmations, anything simple like that.
I mean, you know, meditation is good, you know, pouring libations, you know, ancestor veneration, things like that. I think are things that people should practice, including myself. Have a shrine to your family members. Sometimes you might, a little favorite bottle of liquor, put that up there. Some of their favorite foods, you might just leave it there, you know, in honor of them. Those are things that, you know, you could always practice if you lose a loved one.
I like that. Definitely some good ideas for the people
A
out there.
Bible, you know, a Bible on the altar next to a picture of your grandmother open to a favorite Bible verse. You know, those are things that you could always do. And I think it makes you feel better sometimes too, to look at the picture and look at the verse, or, you know, sit down, you know, have a little drink, you know, talk to grandpa, smoke a little cigar with grandpa even though he's not there, and just get it out. I think those are practices that we all should follow.
And depending on who you're talking to, they would say it's a good idea. Some would say, "Oh no, ancestor veneration, don't do that." So, I guess I'm not speaking for everybody, but for the people who you know, are African centered like you, they should definitely. You say they should add some of that into their repertoire.
That is what it is. You put an altar. You put up the Kemetic deities. You read the Sibait. And the word Sabait means teachings, or some people say wisdom teachings, you know, such as the instructions of Ptahhotep, things like that you could read. And if you and if you want, are you familiar with the TLA?
TLA, what's that?
Thesaurus Lingua Egypti. It's a corpus of Egyptian text where you can go into the text and you could actually look at the text with the glyphs. And you can actually read through it to find some of these stories.
Oh no, I'm not familiar with the TLA. No.
Right. So
No.
we could go through that a little later if you want to, and just to show the people how it works if they want to read through these stories and kind of, you know, understand how they do it and get as close to primary as they can if you want. So you could do that too.
Definitely. Next one. How do you balance traditional African spiritual concepts with academic scholarship?
Wow. You know what? That's a very interesting question. Now, you mean Eurocentric scholarship or Afrocentric scholarship or scholarship in general?
Scholarship in general. Scholarship that may not align with so much align with Kemetic thought or run parallel.
I think you do what any scholar would do. You put together a presentation and you debunk what you think is wrong. And, you know, hopefully you're right. Hopefully you gain some traction.
I respect it.
All right, that's my brother Reggie. That's Reggie Mayberry.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Reggie? Peace to you. What primary sources or texts do you recommend for people wanting to begin studying Kemet seriously?
Well, I'll say this. They have something called St. Andrew's Corpus, and they have something called the TLA. Now, these will not necessarily be considered primary sources, because the problem with the primary sources is if you can't read Medu Neter, sometimes you can't read all of the primary sources. You know, some of them are strictly Medu Neter. You could just search and look for things on the wall and different things of that nature. So, you know, the TLA and St. Andrew's Corpus are two good places to start. If you desire, you can learn Medu Neter, and in learning Medu Neter, you'll be able to actually read primary sources. So that's the catch with reading primary sources yourself. You could get translations of primary sources with primary sources in there, but if you can't read the language, then you can't read the primary source. So you have to learn the language first. In my, that's the best
answer. That's an amazing answer right there for the people at home. I hope you caught that.
So this is not turning out too bad after all.
Oh yeah. I just didn't. I was under the impression we were doing something different. We could have did this. I gotta have a lot of different setups and formats and ways I run
No,
the show.
see, but that's the thing. I was thinking of doing it, but to be honest with you, my laptop is not working, and I would have to go to use my wife's computer, and I didn't get an opportunity to do that. That's the only reason why I didn't put together.
No
But I
worries.
didn't want to initially say that because I figured if I said that, you might not let me come on and do it.
No, man. I'm always telling people take their time. I'm a big say. That's not a word. I always say that I'm on divine time, so I'm never
All right.
late.
So and as a matter of fact, if you go to some of my videos, you'll see me reading different texts from these different sources. You'll see that.
Yeah, we're gonna get it back in on the presentation side. We'll just do a light interview. Like I said, you're the mystery man. People want to know more about you. And see you shed an insight on all these different panels, coming and making it to you have good counters for all of the pseudo judo coming your way. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely wanted to build with you at least.
Personally, I think at this point, I don't even care about answering anybody's challenge. I think we're just gonna go through what we go through. If they accept it, so be it. If not, I'm not worried about it because I know I have some good information to put forward, and that's what I really came on here to want to do, to introduce people to me and go on my learning journey with me to show you that it's okay if you don't know something, you can still put up a video and not know everything. You understand? Because when you have good intentions, good people are attracted to you, and they make your video and your journey a lot better. They make your journey on YouTube a lot better, like you, A1. You're helping me out on this journey.
Let's go, man.
You're helping me with my platform, but you're also helping me show that, listen, you don't have to be perfect. Yeah, people are going to challenge you, but so what if they challenge you? It's not about answering everybody's challenge. It's about showing that you have something to contribute. So when you come on a platform, the brother going to say, well, listen, come and do a presentation. Let's watch this video. Let's critique this video. And he's going to be saying, all right, maybe it's not what I expected, but it's something good. That's good stuff. We can use that. And once you can say that about me, I'm okay. If you tell me, yeah, that's garbage, go away, then, I might be a little hurt.
No, man, I don't do that. I let people, I learn to meet people where they are.
Yeah,
and then
but
I
some
also
people need to
learn
hear
to let
that.
people be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But some people need to hear that, A1. Some people just coming on here, running their whole mouth with
Yeah,
0% of
do.
nothing to contribute.
I'm not the stupid police though, so I don't run around with the cape trying to.
I'm with you.
I feel like I'm doing my part of raising the level of consciousness by just even having this right here, and
No, you are.
I can't
You
force
are.
people to tune in or beat them over the head when I feel like they don't understand me. I've found that only causes me more frustration and stress because
You know what?
and they have none. They're carefree, so
I'm
ignorance
with
is bliss. So
I'm with you.
that's-
So I think at this point, this is not about answering anybody's challenge. This is about showing my YouTube page and trying to promote something that I think is worthwhile. And hopefully people will agree with me. Hopefully people will agree with me that it's worthwhile.
Next
Hopefully
question.
you'll agree with me that it's worthwhile.
It's definitely worthwhile. Next question. In your view, what is the biggest historical myth about Africa that people still believe?
Wow. A1, I love you, but I don't like you right now because you're asking me this question, and I could go with cannibals. They're stupid. They're savages. They didn't contribute nothing to the world. But how could you say that? How could you say that when if you read these texts, they show you how the first doctor on record was Imhotep, and he was a Kemetic priest, and he was the first one to build a building made of stone, and about 5 or 6 other things. So you're using the knowledge of the African people while saying they're savages, they don't know nothing. But they put it right in front of your face, telling you Africans did this, but Africans don't know nothing. We eating people. We out here, come on. How could that make sense? You put it in front of my face that yes, they did. But then on the other hand, you say no, they didn't. So which one is it?
Instead of just one, give me a couple more though. Let's run down a couple more because there's more than just that.
I think one of the biggest myths about Africa that people still believe is that the people of ancient Kemet were not black. They were African, but they had this theory initially that the African, that the people that were there were white people who came from Asia and invaded Kemet and started the civilization. They were black white people. You never heard that theory?
Yeah, I've heard that theory too. Yeah, trust me.
And I think some people, I mean, I want to think people still don't believe that, but they probably still do.
Yeah, unfortunately, they still do. Another one that I hear a lot is the Africa's poor, not realizing all the minerals that they're sitting on that they just, don't have the means to monetize right now for various different political, economic reasons.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Socio-economic reasons and political.
I'm glad you brought that up, A1. Because you know what? People say Africa is poor. Africa is not poor. What's poor is the leadership of Africa, who allows nonsense to continue. And some of those same leaders run away with the wealth at the same time. They run away to Europe. They marry these weirdo white women who are intelligence officers, and that is why you have these coups taking place. That is what happened in places like Niger and Burkina Faso. These people are half Arab mixed people who married to white wives, and they just not taking care of the country. They're doing the wrong thing, so the people are tired of it. They're rising up and they're tired of the foolishness. So that is why you get that. That is what happened.
It's deep.
No, I told you the stream ain't for nothing, bro. It ain't for nothing. I didn't come up here to play around and sound crazy.
Definitely not. Let me get to the next one. Do you see connections between Kemetic teachings and other African traditions across the continent?
Repeat that again. Something was passing by. Say that again.
Do you see connections between Kemetic teachings and other African traditions across the continent?
Well, clearly, yeah, of course. They talk. Is a definite connection to West Africa. Definitely, clearly, they talk about finding certain beads and certain plants that come from West Africa and Kemet. You hear them talk about it all the time. As a matter of fact, Jabari was talking a while ago about, because he's a chief in Ghana. So he said when he went to Ghana, they showed him some rocks with ancient Kemetic writing on it. And they told him a story. I can't recall the story exactly, about a priest, some of his followers, who came from Kemet and left it with them. And they actually started chanting in Medu Neter. And he said he could tell them what they said, because they were apparently given the charge to take care of that knowledge, but they had lost the meaning of the words. They were just chanting the words to keep the promise to the ancestors. So you could imagine, for a couple thousand years maybe, or 1,000 years, keeping that knowledge alive, actually doing that. They lost the meaning, but they were still able to recite the words, and he said he could recognize what they said.
Let's go. Next question. You ready for the next one? You answering these pretty good. You said you weren't ready for it.
I mean,
I told you was ready. I hear you in here answering these questions all day. So I did want to get you uninterrupted and see what thoughts that you have on a lot of this stuff. So this is actually the perfect time. Presentation gone left or whatever we go call it. How
that would be a nice title for this,
I might have to rename it. It's Monday Night Madness anyway. It's madness all over the place. It might be a retrograde somewhere, I'm sure. Next one. How do you distinguish between legitimate African-centered scholarship and misinformation that sometimes circulates online?
That's a good question. I think that I just started watching platforms, and whatever appealed to me, I started dealing with those platforms. I started going into books. I started reading these books. And then I started forming my own conclusion based on my level of knowledge, if I agree or disagree. That sounds funny, but that's the simplest way I could explain it. If you don't study for yourself, you're not going to know. You have to dig in and study and figure out what's right and what's wrong. and then you can form your own opinions on, you know, other things. But you have to do the scholarship. You have to sit down and read books. It's hard for somebody like me, but I did do it.
And reading is a skill. So for the people at home, and I know you may struggle with it, it's your brain is a muscle like any other, and through repetition and training, you get better at it. So, like I always tell people, just start 5 minutes a day, and then that turns into 5 minutes a couple of times a day. And then those 5 minute sessions turn into 10, 20, 15. And then next thing you know, you enjoy what you're doing so much, you look up and half the night's gone by. So just start in smaller increments, because it can be hard. I know your mind drifts, or people's mind can drift. If they're new to this or fresh or trying to get back into it, you have to wean yourself into it, just like any other practice when you're older or out of practice. You know, you don't just jump back into lifting weights without stretching and properly trying to get yourself together. So, you know, don't try to tackle the whole book. You know, just a few minutes a day turns into a lot. So a few minutes a day goes a long way. Let's get into the next one. Let me not lecture. This is your interview. It's your night. Go ahead. What role do you think language like the Medu Neter plays in reconnecting with African identity?
Wow. Are you reading my mind right now, or are you just on point?
I know what you want to hear. I told you I've been watching you while you've been in the chats. That's why I was like, okay. I was excited. Like, this is the type of stuff that I already had ready, because I was ready to ask you questions about your presentation. And then I wanted you to connect the dots between the two. But again, we don't even need that frame. Like, you can just tell me what's on your mind.
Okay. That's a very good question, because I think whenever you study any culture, like ancient Kemet, it pays to learn the language. It pays to go and take a course and learn the language, because then nobody can trick you into saying things that are not seen into mistranslations. Because believe it or not, you may not notice, we have these conversations all the time. I don't know if you're privy to that, or you're just on point. We have these conversations all the time about Medu Neter, and arguing with people like King J about Medu Neter, and teaching Medu Neter and the importance of Medu Neter. And people always tell me, I admire your enthusiasm for the language, but brother, go and take a course, because you're doing yourself a disservice struggling on your own. Because you're gonna come to the stumbling block. You might end up a night crying with headaches because you're not using the proper methodology. You're just being overzealous to a certain extent. So go and take a course. That's what they always tell me. Go and take a course.
That's good advice. I'm not gonna lie. That's the best advice you can give a person, honestly. The next one. How do you respond to critics who say Kemetic studies exaggerate Egypt's influence on the world history?
You know what I tell people like that who normally say that? Those are normally people who can't read the language, have never attempted to read an actual text in their entire life.
I could barely read that question, but go ahead. I barely got that one out right.
How do you respond to critics who say Kemetic studies exaggerate Egypt's influence or on world history?
No, I messed it up at the end. Go ahead, you're good.
Right. The first thing I tell people is pull up a Kemetic text and read the Medu Neter. If you can't recognize nothing in the Medu Neter in that text, shut up. Don't talk to me, because I can recognize some of the Medu Neter in the text, even though I'm not a proper reader. So if you can't recognize nothing in simple text, on simple spelling, then you shouldn't be talking to me. If you can't pull up a source to read a Kemetic text in some form, then you shouldn't be talking to me. You should be quiet and go and read more. That's what I tell them.
Okay, so, well, to the critics, there is your answer. They told me to make sure I got that one in there for them. Next, what African Scott? Go ahead. Wow.
That sounds like that question was thought of by some critics of ancient Kemet. not necessarily me, but critics of ancient Kemet.
And we're going to get into some of the critiques that you do have a little bit later. Next one, though. What African scholars or historians have influenced your work or your worldview the most?
Now, let me be honest, and people are gonna jump on me for saying this, but I was just recently introduced to a lot of this stuff. So I don't want to be the fake dude to say I read hella books by hella people and just name drop people. I don't want to do that because I think I need to study more. But if I were to, but to me, if I were to recommend people, I would recommend people like Dr. Ben, people like Chancellor Williams, people like that. I would recommend them. I did start to read name of this book. Oh God, see, old man brain. Forgot the name of the book. Yes. I can't remember the name of the book. Yes.
By Dr. Ben.
No. What's the name of the book? Give me a second. I actually have it.
Oh, don't worry about that though. Let's not focus on that. You still there? We'll go to the next question. Must have went to grab that book from me.
I was reading a little bit into that. So,
What's the name of that book?
Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James.
Make sure to look that.
If you look on, I think it's page 40 in the book. It's talking about Alexandria and talking about what they learned from Alexandria. So somewhere around page 40, 41, something like that, you'll see it. If you get a chance to grab the book. Just so I actually read the book.
I'm gonna look that one up after the show for sure.
Right. And what happened to your background?
And Reggie just dropped a few for everybody. Can you read that on the screen?
How important is archaeology in shaping our understanding of ancient Kemet? Archaeology is not the problem.
I think you're still behind. It's showing a comment from Reggie.
Oh, I can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Read it for me. I think my thing actually froze up, so I might have to go ahead and come back in. But what is the question?
Oh no, he just dropped some scholars for everybody to check out.
Okay. I think I need to go ahead and come back in. Let me go ahead and come back in. Because my StreamYard oh wow. It's stuck, so. But you can still hear me, right?
So I can still hear you.
All right, but for some reason, it's frozen on my screen. I don't know if my phone overheating or what.
No worries. We'll move on to the next one. Are you okay over there?
Nah, I don't like the fact that I'm having these technical difficulties because I feel it's making me feel like I'm looking crazy right now.
Oh no, you're doing all right. How important is archaeology in shaping our understanding of ancient Kemet?
Well, archaeology is not the problem, The problem is when you have people in a cabal called Egyptology who now have to stick to a script in a sense, right? When you ask them about the blackness of ancient Kemet. If you're familiar with looking on these platforms and the arguments that we've had, they dance around the issue and then, throw you a little bone about it. So they have to stick to this idea because they're in this academy. And the biggest thing is what a lot of them can't say is about the blackness of ancient Kemet. And I don't want to make this all about color because it's not all about color. But it just goes to show you how one little thing could mess up a whole discipline and have to go so deep into it. Because sometimes you can't trust all of it. It's not all Egyptologists, but sometimes you can't trust them because of that one particular thing. And I hate to keep going back to that. Because other than that, I don't have any problem with them. They do the work. They put the work together. They do these facsimiles. They do wonderful work. But because of the world that we live in, we have to argue about one silly thing that ruins the whole discipline sometimes because everybody's not like that. But to go back, it definitely plays an important role. But once again, I'm going to say it again, when you study these things, the best thing to do your own research, learn the language. So when somebody pull up something on you, you can say, bam, that say this, this say this, this say that. Shut up and stop talking now. I want you to read one line of that. And if they can't read one line of that, be quiet. Stop talking.
And I did drop that link in the chat for you, Reggie. I dropped that link in the chat for you. You can come on up.
That's a good brother to come in.
I know a few Reggies. I'm not. Oh, that's brother Reggie. Oh,
that's brother Reggie.
I recognize that Cash App. I think I've hit that up once or twice. How you doing, brother Reggie?
Brother Reggie.
The brother Reggie, the legend, the infamous. Shout out to you.
Good night, brother Reggie. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Interesting conversation. Informative. You're doing a really good job, Jose. A pretty good job. So I'll listen. I can fill in a little bit.
Which questions did you want to scale back to?
Listen, A1.
There were a lot of good questions. I'm one of the people who actually have had loud music. The music's kind of loud.
I'm sorry, I'll turn it down for you.
Yeah.
Hold on, Suave just popped up. I'm not doing an open panel tonight. I was just doing an interview, Suave. We will run one after this show for sure.
No.
Appreciate you. Let's Suave. Okay, Suave, go ahead. Come on up. I didn't know what was going on. I know you wanted to get your questions out. Come back on up, Suave, before I delete the links.
Let's Suave come in. Suave is my boy, man. We can have some good conversation with Suave, man.
Back to you, Richard.
I'm one of a few people. I'm 60 years old, by the way. And I started having interactions with many of the scouts beginning about 21, 22 years old. In New York, we formed an organization called the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization, which was a national organization. And there we pulled together many of the people that you know that talk about ancient Egyptian literature. So in that organization was Dr. Riketi Amen, and she is here. She is occasionally still teaching. She is where I learned the Meta Nature from, introductory, and then the rest on my own with access to a lot of other scholars. I was very, very connected to Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan to the end of his life. And then I was able to hear in person Dr. Theophilo Banga. I was on my way to meet Dr. Diop in Africa in 1986, but he died in, I think, February or so. Our trip was scheduled for July. And so I missed meeting Dr. Diop by just months. Dr. Jacob Carruthers was our leader. He was the one who pulled us all together. Then there's Dr. Malana Karenga, and some of the newer scholars, Dr. Mario Beatty is probably one of the most known, but there is Baba Bonacci Montgomery, and then there are students like Jedama Kekere, and they come from Dr. Riketi's school, which are pretty much the leaders. And then there are even younger people like Smash Rockwell, who is really, really great in the Medu Neter. And then in that, I'm kind of connected to all of them. So So I gave you a list in the chat of scholars. The question that you was talking to good
Jose.
brother Jose was,
Yeah, I
um,
didn't want to go mispronounce the name, so I was going to make Jose read it.
yeah, it's okay. Um, yeah. So,
Here it goes right here. It's on the screen for you.
yeah, Dr. Theophila Banger, Dr. Diop, Dr. Rickety Amin, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Mario Beatty, and then there's the others that I mentioned. Um, the accessible ones right now are anybody from Dr. Rickety's School of Philology. Uh, uh, they are most accessible. And then Smash Rockwell, who teaches meta nature almost daily. So, uh, and then my work is in and around that. So the there's different approaches to the meta nature. Uh, or the meta nature means the sacred or the divine word, right? Uh, the word nature, many people assume that it means God, but that's an interpretation by Europeans. There's groups of people who kind of like are reenacting, they call themselves Kemetic. They are attempting to practice it the way that they believe the ancient people. Let's just call the ancient. I'm going to use the word Egyptian, but I'll just say the people of the two lands, the Tawi. You hear this word Kemet a lot, but Kemet is an important word, but it comes about much later than people think it does. It didn't necessarily encompass the whole civilization. So I'll stop right there. I'm just assisting Jose because I actually knows these people. I do. I can read roughly about 60 to 65% of basic metal nature that is on the temple walls, and then I have to source vocabulary and source grammar. But outside of that, um, and but I don't do it religiously. It's not religious at all to me. Actually, I give a side eye to people who who want to practice something that they can't read, and that's what Jose was saying.
Mm, that's deep. Um, I think somebody needs to do a presentation on that.
You know, if you go on,
Go ahead.
Brother Reggie's site, Africa Online TV, you're gonna see all of that. There's presentations like that all the time.
And shout
Right,
out
but
your
I don't
channel.
do a lot of. Yeah, Africa Online TV. I don't do a lot of metal netures there, believe it or not. I do more history of Africa, uh, and Black American politics. I don't do it there because I just think that the Smash Rockwell, he does it way better, right? He has much more time to do it. So I don't. I study the history of the civilization and the surrounding cultures of the civilization to answer some of the questions that to track back to some of the questions. Uh, Egypt is the child of African civilizations. We can see um, the graphemes and symbolic thought in Southern Africa. And we see that, 60, 50,000 years ago. And then because of the climate, we see people moving to Northern Africa. And then in North Africa, there's a period called the humid period, which is the wet period. And then in that period, which we also call the Green Sahara, so where many populations of Africa went to. Uh, and there they left records in caves. They left their symbolic in their thinking in cave. And then we can track some of those things that they left to later cultures in Africa. And we can track it through pottery. We can track it through rock inscriptions and portable art. And then we find ourselves in something called Nabta Playa, where we find the worship of the cow, because the cattle culture made the land of Africa much more accessible, because people had to travel with cattle. And that's a whole nother period outside the Green Sahara period, and where they track to this region west of Egypt called Nabta Playa. And so Africa was very connected because of the cattle culture, simply because of people traveling with cattle. And along with that was the creation of from moving from stone vessels to, in fact, ceramic vessels. So now once you have ceramic vessels, you can carry water, gourds of water, and then you can travel longer places. And so the combination, and so you see connecting of multiple cultures and multiple traditions. And they seem to track from the from Nabta Playa into the regions of Nubia, where there are people, well, we call Nubia or the Sudan. And then from that area, we see the civilization that will later be called Egypt being born, moving from the Western Desert, those that went as far as the Eastern Desert, and then tracking up to what we call Egypt through the cataracts. And then there's other cultures like the Ethiopian culture that they have very similar, but they don't have as many ancient artifacts or anything that we can directly contribute to being writing. So the writing seemed to have started in the south regions. So we have in Nubia, we have, well, in the Sudan, we have the Siali stone, we have the Kustel incense burner, we have rock etchings of humans wearing a white crown, and then we have a culture within Egypt called it's called Nakata culture, and we have Nakata 3, 2, and 1, and then Nakata 1 goes into what you call the pre-dynastic Egypt, right? And then there's everything else in between. There's everything else in between. So I'll stop unless you have a particular question. But basically, each Tawi civilization, Egypt, is a daughter of many civilizations. A culmination of it. We have the most artifacts. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of the artifacts that we have are funerary artifacts. Not all of them, but funerary artifacts. And funerary artifacts only give us a glimpse of the final stage of the human life. The everyday life, we can see it on steles and things like that of living people. We can see it in the Luxor, what they call Luxor and Karnak, and then we can see it in the later periods in temple work. So.
And I do have a question actually, but I want you to land your plane. Okay. Well, yeah, since I got you here, I asked you something that I do want to usually ask people who I know are deep into the studies of this. How did colonial interpretations distort? Is that the word I want to use? Distort the meaning of Kemetic, I guess, but you say that comes later. But Kemetic spiritual systems.
Okay. Well, Europe. First, Eurasia, right? The Arab occupation of Egypt. Well, okay, first before that, we have the Ptolemies. So we have Alexander the Great entering Egypt and leaving one of his generals, Ptolemy, right?
Mhm.
And instead of colonizing Egypt culturally, they got enchanted by the culture. So they absorbed themselves and they began uh, seeing themselves as uh, kings. I'll say pharaohs is a popular word, but I would say kings. And we see uh, parts of the native population embracing them. And then we see a lot of rebellion. People don't know that there was a lot of rebellion. So a lot of people didn't embrace it, but they were an army. So then they colonized the culture and controlled it. And so to get to the period that you're talking about, then we have to look at all the periods. We have to look at the Ptolemy period and the fall of the Ptolemy period with Rome. Rome now stops the writing of the language, and we see the last writing at Philae Island, and then uh, but the Greeks are still involved, and the Romans are controlling the region. The Greeks are actually still writing and thinking with the indigenous population. And then we have this later period, the Arab occupation of Egypt. And so now the Arabs, Egypt becomes Islamized, or and they stop the speaking of the language. They literally stopped the speaking of the language for Arabic. Okay, so, but we have all this material from those periods. Now, then Europe is resource poor, land poor, people poor, basically in the Dark Ages. We have those. We have secret societies or societies of secrets or mystery systems coming out of this whole period, right? We have what you call the ISIS cults, and the ISIS cults uh, flooded the Mediterranean. So that information is there, and so by the time the Europeans get it, it's in their imagination, but they have through tertiary connections, they have information. It wasn't really until Napoleon now goes into Egypt that Europe is really kind of, Napoleon sent an army of scholars uh, along with his military scholars, and that becomes what we call Egyptology. So then so that's what we call the French school. And then during that time period, uh, shortly after, the language is deciphered, meaning Champollion and Thomas Young are kind of commissioned to try to translate the language. Before, they thought it was pictorial, then they found that it was phonetic. So then, from that period, then you have the newer period of what you call the so-called Egyptologists. Many of them were grandfathered into it. They're not PhDs in this or anything like that. They're pretty much Indiana Jones scholars, Indiana Jones explorers that later they are named as scholars. And many of them did good work, but then they brought in uh, a Christian view, because that's who they were, on trying to interpret what they have found.
Okay, okay. That's a deep answer. You went through more. Usually, I get way shorter version, and they try to condense it. And most times, it's taken out of context. So I appreciate the in-depth answer on that one. And you probably already know what I mean when I say it's taken out of context.
Sure.
And so
And the other difference is, unlike a lot of people, well, I went to Egypt in 1987.
Oh, okay. So you've
With a,
seen how has the culture changed even on how has the culture changed from going back then to going now?
well, we've always had a push and pull of people who wanted to read the language, like Jose was accurately saying, with a group of people who, well, one want to make a lot of money, man. They want to take people to Egypt and tell their stories, right? Following the great Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan, who took us with ASCAC. So 1,000 of us went to Egypt in 1987. It was a culmination of a lot of work from our association, ASCAC, and so then we embarked and took 1,000 people to a foreign country, uh, and that cost a lot of ripples internationally. I was detained twice on the trip. Detained, meaning escorted against my will to talk to the authorities. I took a plane full of about 120 people of the trip. I was in charge of 120 people for the 10-day tour
Mm.
trip, and so I
Everybody made it back good.
everybody made it back home.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Shout out.
Everybody made it back home, but we had cultural problems. We had Black Americans. Most of the people, the people that went, they were they're scholars. They're people who had money. They were culturally connected to Egypt. Egypt, it was exciting, um, but luckily we had scholars there, and so we were able. And Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan was one of the heads of the trip with Dr. Malana Karenga and Dr. Jacob Carruthers. They were our heads, and so we had scholars, and then we had students, and so we were. That's that's one of the reasons why I was selected, because I was a student of the scholars, and so they gave me a whole trip, 10 days of of moving around Egypt to get to Aswan. So but I smile, I laugh. I'm like Jose. I laugh at a lot of these people who go to Egypt and they stand in front of these temples, and they might, over the years they learned a few words, but they can't really read nothing, and they they basically tell their own story, put themselves in it, but they're not really. They've gotten better. They've gotten a whole lot better. Um, and then there's a group of people. There's different groups. There's a Masonic element in our work, where some people have. I'm not a Mason, but some people have been initiated in the Masonic lodges, and they do it from that vantage point. And then there's people who are more religious oriented, or look for some spiritual stuff, thinking that they can touch a statue or stone, and they can get blessed, right? And
Yeah, I've
then
seen that across a few different cultures. Go ahead.
right, and so it's those groups of people, and so there's a tug of war between. You was asking Jose about scholarship and stuff like that. There's a tug of war. You would think that of all these people that have went, there'd be much more good writing about the culture, where there's much more religious stuff going on. A little,
Hmm.
you see more of that.
Okay, then the scholarship. I know that's hard when you go and because that's what you're looking for. I know, so you got to weed through it and sit around a couple of days before you could probably find what you're any of that. I won't say that. Maybe you know the right places to go to.
No, yeah, I do most of my work. I haven't been back to Africa since 80, 87,
Okay,
because I could do most of my work here in the United States.
online it's amazing. Actually, I'm thinking when you hit Africa, they're probably letting you right to the museum through the back door. You know.
No,
Don't know.
actually, uh, you should know I was able to talk to Dr. Zahi Hawass, the former head of Egyptian antiquities. I'm one of the only African Americans that actually was able to talk to him and push him back for, his attacks on Cleopatra, his attacks on blackness, and his attacks on phenotypes and attacks on culture. I was able, in a short conversation, to push him back, and that's on record. So I was selected by Dr. Ricketti's students. They bought me a ticket to the VIP so I can get a chance to ask them a question, and that's the only access that we really have. Some people pay Dr. Zahir Waz, but then when they pay him, they don't push back. Well, they don't know enough to push back anyway.
Okay. How much is he charging? We might have to set that up.
In the thousands. I mean, $5,000, you might get a short conversation, but the access to him is expensive.
Can you drop his the name, spelling in the private chat so I'm making sure I have his correct spelling when I look him up?
Okay, so let's see.
Brother Reggie?
Yes.
The original point of the
Zahid.
show. The original point of the show was that a brother named King J challenged me and said, I've never presented anything on Smash Rockwell's show. I tried to say, I've never presented anything of value. So would you like to chime in on that question, or are you going to leave that one alone?
No, I'm not going to leave it alone. I think King J is a avid, let me say, he has a lot of interest in ancient Egyptian culture. And he does have some language skills. But what happens a lot is that when on these shows, there's a lot of competition. So someone like Jose is a learner, very useful in articulating, and has got me to talk to you. King J is kind of like, he doesn't give me too much problems, right? But if you say something he doesn't like, he's going to be the boss, unless you're talking to Smash Rockwell or someone else who's much more how can I say knowledgeable. So King J is going to try to sometimes, unfortunately, lowball people because he knows enough. But we always say, the more you know, the more you don't know. And
that's what you find out the more you learn. So yeah. Question, Suave. Did you have any questions that you wanted to ask Brother Reggie? Since
Yeah,
he's the panel, we're gonna let him hijack your show for a little bit, Jose.
Yeah, to your audience. No, to your audience. There's I don't know, or you have great questions, so you're not as biased as a lot of other people that come on and talk. You actually have you seem to have university training. If you don't, then that's still a compliment. Dr. John Henry Clark never finished high school. He was one of our greatest, but your questions are very, very clear, concise, and answerable. So, but if you want to give me some pushback,
I don't know. I felt like I could give you pushback. First, I want to see if Suave. It's not like I had any yet. I feel like I'm smart enough to know who I should be learning from and who I should be pushing back on. At first, I need to sit back and learn what you have to teach first before I'm such in a rush to try to correct anything you said. And two, you have way more hours of study and reading in on these subjects. I'm in no position to be really trying to challenge anything.
I can get. There's a lot of people from, Christian Hebrew. The Hebrews. Are you Hebrew, by the way? Christian?
No, I'm actually like agnostic, so I kind of fell out of the faith. They would say they would call me a heathen. I take the atheist perspective in a lot of debates. Not that, but I can. You know how that is. It's like I don't make claims, so it's just
you're in a good space. They make claims. One of their worst claims that they can ever make were the Hebrews in Egypt itself. they have their story, but their story is written after they come from Persia, after the Hebrews or not the well, I'm not going to say Hebrews. I'm going to say the Yahud people or snatched into Babylon. When they're snatched into Assyria, they disappear. But when they're snatched into Babylon, they're there until the Persians come, and then they become global with the Persians. And then they come back out, and then they starting to write the story until they find themselves in Alexandria having to talk about their origins. And so then you hear the 70 scholars come together, write the story in the Septuagint, right? In the Greco, in the Greek language, right? Because that's the common language, right? The Franca lingua franca, and that's the common language. And so that's when we start to see what they call Hebrew. But the fact of the matter is, we don't have evidence that the Hebrews were ever, besides their story, inside Egypt. We don't have any evidence whatsoever. We don't have any evidence of the Exodus. So first, they weren't even there. And then they didn't never, there was no El worship or no Yahweh worship in Egypt. And then they leave, they're supposed to leave, and they go to around the Red Sea route. They find themselves, Moses finds himself in Midia, and Midia is really, if you really want to say, it's they try to say Southern Levant and stuff like that. It's really in Saudi Arabia, and so we see a group of people called the Shashu, the Shashu of Yahweh, and that's where we first find Yahweh, in those Edomite people, the Kentonite people, and then we have actual artifacts of fighting and writing. That's the message.
I see King J just hit the panel. He might have some pushback for something you said.
Thank you very much, Brother Reggie. I appreciate you coming out to help me out. Thank you very much, Brother Reggie.
Definitely appreciate you hitting the panel.
I think at this point, this show has gone somewhere else, and this is what I wanted. This is where I wanted the show to go.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
So
maybe I'm devouring that, but shout out to you, Midnight Madness, the Tuesday takeover on Monday night, man. Shout out, Brother Reggie, Black Power. First of all, shout out to you. Peace to you. You're you're one of the most underestimated studiers, scholars, teachers, brothers. I really feel like you separated yourself from your contemporaries. Like, seriously, I've been saying this for a minute. I've been on a panel with you about 5-6 times throughout 6-7 years. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I just want to give you your flowers first. I wish I did have pushback for you, because I know I can imagine how it feels based off the small experiences that I have of being the smartest person in the room. It's like you want to pull your sword out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we love teaching, but we love to measure ourselves against new data, new researches, and make sure we still on point. So I really appreciate you wanting that pushback. But I understand you spoke on King J personally, so I'm gonna let it go where it go there. But when I saw you here, I had a couple dozen questions. You understand what I'm saying?
Sorry. Before you go into King J, Brother.
No, I'm not going to King J.
Hold on. Before he allows King J to speak, Brother Reggie, that brother.
My bad. I skipped right over you. My bad. Sorry.
That brother you're talking to, A1, is known in the streets as the Abo Killer.
Oh, you saw my video?
He's the Abo Killer.
Well, I'm not going to call King J any names. Well, let's just try to do it scholarly. King J has some points, and sometimes they're research questions. And, King J, he's a young boss. I have to deal with, so are you, but I have to deal with people who are, younger than me, not King J per se, but people think that they get points. I can trip over Brother Reggie, and so I'm gonna take the shortcut. Oh well, Brother Reggie has a publication on Kemet human interactions with cattle,
I have
and
to let my dog out, gentlemen. Be nice for 2 minutes. No arguing while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Sorry
yeah.
about that.
So I have a journal article accepted in the Journal of Pan African Studies on. So I have a written journal article, and I just think that what do we do this work for if we can't write and transmit in writing, right? And we do a lot of work, but ultimately, except for YouTube, it's going to go away. Like nobody's going to track back. Maybe if they want to read the Meta Nature, they're going to go to Smash Rockwell show. That's going to be the. But a lot of our conversations are nothing burgers because they're not going to go anywhere. I'm sorry. There's and so writing allows you to talk to other scholars because you have a written paper. Because if you don't have a written paper with your ideas cited, you're all over the place, right? So I've been able to go to a few conferences, talk to scholars. So I've talked to Stu Tyson. You see him a lot. I've been able to talk to him. I've been able to talk to Dr. Karakuni at large. Been able to talk to, correspond a little bit with Dr. Winterman. Talk to Dr. Zahi Hawass. So I do a little bit more than some of the other people who do this type of work, right? How can I say? And I'm not combative. I'm only combative if you pull out your religion as if it's actual fact. Then you die. Right? You die. So, me and King J, we cool. But I gotta watch the little young brothers. Shit. They might try to knock Jose out off, right? So King J is somebody that he's formidable. Like I don't read Meta Nature every day. And matter of fact, I haven't read Meta Nature really in about 6 months. So my vocabulary is a little low, my grammar's a little low. And I haven't done a museum trip in a while. I just take subjects as they come. So, boss. So what you got? What you got for me?
Just
You gonna let me speak? Or?
yes, sir. Yes, I just didn't want to get into. I mean, go ahead, defend yourself because he blatantly said your name. But I would like to get a line of questioning in. I'm sorry, bro.
Reggie didn't say nothing bad. I respect Reggie. I learned from Reggie. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching Reggie since at least 10, 15 years. You know what I'm saying? So it's an honor to even, build with him and learn from him. And so, I've read his work. So yeah, I mean, it's and it's funny because Meta Netter is like, like you say, he haven't read it in 6 months, but I'm sure once he starts, it's fluent. But like you have to be sharp with it to recognize. You have to like study every day with that. Like I've been studying every day. I'm still learning like the thes and the this and to recognize like the masculine is pa and the feminine would be what cats. I mean or cat. Yeah, you add a T for the feminine. I'm just learning things like that as far as like the Egyptian grammar. But it's helped me in like Hebrew with my Hebrew studies and just being well rounded in all areas, So, but I would have a question to pose to Reggie because in regards to the Exodus, right now I'm a believer in I mean like historically I may can give some archaeology and some evidence. We talk about Hatshepsut because to me that would be if we're talking about the Pharaoh in the Exodus, I would argue that it possibly would be Amos or Hatshepsut. I go to the Spios Artemius, the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut, and I just want your opinion on that as possibly um, not a biblical. It's not history is not going to be the same as the biblical narrative, but just an example of possibly expulsion of Semitic um, speakers being exodus out of the Levant or the Nile Delta, possibly.
Yeah, you're correct in taking it out of the biblical context. But if we go
Okay.
back to the earlier period of Amos, which you mentioned, we okay. So then we have these words pop up, the Amo people, right? And those are the foreign rulers that they call the Hyksos, which is the Hekakasu.
Mhm.
What we find from that period is we want to know, what did these kings worship? And so we found that they worshiped the Egyptian, so-called Egyptian principles, or I would like to say more of immutable essence. Uh, they worship them from Africa, but they also worship Baal and Anat, right? And so worshiping Baal, right? Because Baal is in their text, right? And of course they worship Set is
I was
something,
going to ask you about that as well.
right? So what we don't find is we don't find the worship of El, and we
Or
don't,
Yahweh.
right, or Yahweh. So then those people, now they track back to the Levant, and I also believe that they track back to Libya, and some of them track back to the south, because the Hekakasu was a confederation. It was never a people. It was a confederation of different groups.
Are
So
these
they,
Amu groups we're speaking about, or
huh?
are these the Amu we're talking about, like the Beni Hassan mural that represents that group of
Those,
nomadic?
yeah. So those groups of people are very interesting. The Beni Hassan groups of people, because we really can't say directly that they are Canaanite people or Levant people. So there could be evidence that those groups of people were also Libyan people who were
Okay.
longtime enemies of Egypt. So, so we have that artifact, but certainly we have the material of the kings of the Hekakasu. We have
Mhm.
we have that, and so we should pay attention to that. So we find that there was a king of the Hekakasu called Neheshi,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So we know that there are different types of groups, and yes, and they admix. They're not one group. They're not one religion. There's not like the Bible is not even a part of what's going on here at all.
Nope.
And they lose this. They temporarily lose this war, but they find themselves tracking back and continuously warring. And then there's another group called the Shashi, or Yahweh, who is in the Nubia, Sudan area in the south, and they are raiders, right? And so they're mentioned, so they get a mention. So that's where we find the Shashu of Yahoo or Yahweh there, right?
Right.
So when you get to the period that you want to talk about, the Hatshepsut groups of people, and Hatshepsut's brother, Tutmosis, right?
Mhm.
Well, it's interesting. They bring the fight. They bring the fight to the Levant, right?
Mhm.
Tutmosis III is like a Napoleon. He's tired of the little skirmishes within the land, so he goes and he brings the fight to them. And then there's another period later, the 19th dynasty and stuff, and you have what you call the Meron-Patas Stela.
Mhm.
So,
We spoke about that on this show the other day, Reggie. What do you think that the translation on that says? Because it's in Meta Netter, And you are the scholar on that on MetaNetter. So what would you think that?
Well, I would go see there's that section where it says does not exist anymore, and
Mhm.
then there's this question. Sorry, family, we're getting into the MetaNetter. We can pull it up if I have to, but there's a
Share your screen.
section where in words where we're not clear if the two Y's go with Israel or the two Y's are part of another word, the Winnie. And so Smash Rockwell's argument is that that is a ancient form of Syria, because if it was Israel, here's the problem: the piece does not say Israel; it says Israel with an R,
With the
right?
R, right?
So there's no L in it. So apologists might convert an R to an L, but the problem is L is not in the text. That's that's where I want to leave it.
And you know what's funny to me, just my own theory about the YSR is, because if we look at like the earliest Soleb inscriptions, the Amara West inscriptions that give the Yahweh of Seer reading, the YSR,
Hey, share my screen for me, A1.
that may be a possible rendering as well, maybe.
Can I say something here? No,
Yeah, you next, Jose. And real quick, Reggie, if you want to share this to your people so they know you live speaking, you can hit that button up there that says stream to your audience.
I don't have a big audience, and so I'm not. I could.
That's up to you. If you just wanted the content, it's I always tell my people they're free to
Yeah,
share.
I wish you would have said it earlier. Then it would have been right now. I don't know where this is gonna go, so
Okay,
I
we'll
will.
get you back.
But if I have permission, I can always download the video and put it up, so
Definitely.
that way I can catch it up. Okay. So somebody want to share their screen?
He dropped off. I don't know what happened to him. That wasn't me.
let me say
There you
something
go.
here, A1.
Go ahead. Jose.
These are the conversations I always wanted to have with King J in the first place. I didn't want the conversations to be contentious and go off on other things. So, if we can continue to have these kind of conversations, I have no problem. I don't want to come on here and have to yell and scream all the time. I feel like I have to yell and scream.
Yeah, we got beef. We got beef in our community. So we got beef, yo.
So, Brother Reggie, thank you. Because now that you put the stamp of approval, I can't come on here and beef with the brother anymore and go through unnecessary arguments because you put the stamp on it. So we're not doing that anymore. I'm not going to do that. We're going to have
that's
a
dope.
conversation.
We settled another beef here at Coliseum.
It wasn't even a beef. It wasn't even really a beef.
It was a beef. It was a war.
That's what we're all about.
Y'all was spinning
Positivity
the block
here.
on each other.
We're all about the positivity here.
Well, no more spinning the block. We're gonna have regular.
I think he wants some more brother Reggie's insight on some of these glyphs over here. Is that? Go ahead, Suave. Talk
Yeah,
to
I
him.
mean that's what the brother was breaking down in sick. We was talking about the Myrna Ptah Stela, and it was like the difference between a hawk and an owl, one hieroglyph and another, and it's just not like it doesn't say Israel. But that is something that is pushed mainstream, and that is something that is accepted and pushed by Hebrew Israelites or anybody who believe a certain, not just Hebrew Israelites, but I guess that's the targeted audience now. Even some Egyptologists put that as Israel, and that's crazy to me. That's why
there haven't been any papers anymore on that, right? So you have one of my favorite authors, David Daviditz, right? He's one of my favorite authors, researchers, and so I saw that you pulled that up. But I can share my screen, and I can help people out. So what my good brothers did was show the primary, all right. But what I would show is something a little bit more easier. Okay, so let's split this up. Oh, this is ugly language, right? Okay, so here is this how can I say, they call it Escalon, right? and or Westcar, right? And so this is this territory right here of is car, right? So this is like the Uchik, and then it's IS, because these are like an alphabet. They make sounds. So U, I, S, Q, and then they put the A and the R, and it's not even Ascalon,
Is
right?
that N?
Huh?
Is that RN?
Where RN? Yes, RNY.
Yeah.
So then they say this other area where it's captured Gezer, right? So so basically you use the alphabet, right, to say that it's captured this Jezer, which they say is Gezer, because they're struggling so hard to make it biblical. And then they say this other area, Yanoin, right? Yanoin, right? Yano. And these are Canaanite places that the ancient Egyptians are talking about, right?
100%.
I was going to ask you that, Reggie, because we see the determinative of throw stick, and we see the hillside.
You sound kind of muffled, King J. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say we see the determinative on the foreign the throw sticks on the end of them, so that lets you know that they're foreign lands, correct?
Yeah, foreign lands, and in this particular case, they are in the Levant, right?
Levant.
So here's a throw stick he was talking about with the Kasat, which means foreign lands, and this says that they're talking about foreign lands. And then we have this other area called Yanoam, so it's two reliefs make a Y, then it's an N. They add some they add the vowels, right? And then there's there's a nu, right? A nu, and then there is this ma right here. So they say, okay, this is Yanoam, because they're trying so hard, right? And then there's the throw stick again, and then there's this phrase, they are finished. Now the problem is here's the issue. The issue is where it says Yanoam, the tears are finished. This is Tim, and then there is a
Determinative.
determinative of a papyrus roll, and then it says Winnie, right? So in this particular case, Smash Rockwell's argument is that this particular case goes with this phrase over here, that this is finished, right? And then so we have to, so there's a Winnie, there's a win, right? So the problem is now we have Y S Y R I A R, right? And it throws, right? Now apologists want to make this Israel, and then there's a people connected to it, kind of a double determinative, right? So the apologists want to make this Israel, but there's no L. There's no L whatsoever, because see this thing right here, this open mouth right here, they want to all of a sudden make this L, but they can't because there's a stroke here. So it has to be the mouth, right? It has to be a mouth. The wave is collapsed, so to speak. It's not abstract anymore. It's actually an R, and we know it's an R. And then if we track back, right, and we look at Gezer over here, this is an R. So if it's an R over here with the Gezer, right, then we use the same with a throw stick, and it's an R over here. How does this ever become an L? Right? So we have we have that problem, but that's if you that's the language. That's the
Shout out, brother Reggie. Metanetter with brother Reggie every Monday here on Titans Daily.
And I just want to know. I pulled the same source he put when I be beating y'all up on this. I want to let y'all know. So shout out to me, but shout out to brother Reggie, man, because I definitely did that, Doug. Like I was like, okay, bet. But one thing that people don't acknowledge is the mainstream narrative to shape archaeology around the biblical narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that you openly admit that, which a lot of people who don't want to be looked at as pseudo don't do. They like to stick to what can be Googled, stick to the easier arguments. And that's what separates you from your contemporaries, because I hear that critical thinking that a lot of people don't do, and you willing to put yourself out there. Could you just speak a little bit about how mainstream narratives are shaped to be as biblical as they can?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, it's okay. It's something called Egyptogracia, right? Egyptogracia is Greek Egyptian interpretation of Egypt from the Greeks. What most people don't understand is that most of the favorite words that we use in ancient Egypt, for example, the Nile. Everybody knows the Nile River. Well, it really comes from Nilus, right? Right. Many of the places in Egypt, they don't use the names of the places that the so-called ancient Africans use. They converted to Egyptian. They converted to Greek words, right? The Egypt did not exist until the Greeks got there. We're not so sure what Egypt means. It could be from Egyptos, right? Which is a king. They try to then dance around and say it's the Hawat Ka Patah, right? Hawat Ka Patah. And they say it comes from that, and it's the English kind of corresponding, whatever they do, the BS. So what we have is interpretation. We have interpretation. Egypt is the Black Land. That's interpretation, and we get that from Plato. And so they're amazed that we actually know this. So when we read Plato inserts that it's the Black Land, right? The Black Silt, but Plato never understood the language of the ancient Egyptians. So then they're not expecting us to to analyze this, but we are very good at making analysis, right? So we've read Plato, the City de Osir, right? And we see what Plato says, but then we can go to an Egyptian text, the Edfu text. And when we go to the Edfu text, we don't see anything connected to black soil, black land. So I had this conversation with an Egyptologist about it. And and she says, well, how do we interpret it? I said, you simply interpret it the way the indigenous people interpret it. It's not that hard. Right? The more you try to make it Egypto interpretation is the more that you look silly in academia. Right? So and then my whole thing is I can't find black soil. Smash Rockwell, he's helped me a lot because he's tracked back my work, and we find no veneration of the soil. We don't find no mud god. You would think that if the soil was so important, we see a mud god, right? They would have a netter of a mud god. They do not, right?
They do.
Huh? They did?
They did, yes.
Who's
We got
this?
Chris Harris on the panel. I'm not sure if it's
Mud
past history,
Yeah,
but we got Chris
There's
Harris.
your pushback.
yeah,
No,
Let's
that's
get
a
it.
claim.
yeah.
Listen, he has all the space in the world. So I'm gonna defer. I'm gonna listen to Mr. Harris.
But just to wrap up that point, though, there is a mainstream narrative to shape archaeology around being as close as possible to the biblical narrative, and it disregards things that contradict the biblical narrative.
Reggie, he's probably gonna try to say Canoon with the mud.
Actually, no.
He's gonna try to say
And then
Canoon.
actually, no. And if you want to play Professor X, let me know. I'll draw a comic book for you, okay? I can speak for myself.
Good evening, Chris. How are you?
What's going on? Yeah, what's going on?
Now,
Yeah, we still got people that's always, we still got people always trying to talk for other people. I see that'll never change in this culture, will it? He's
Go ahead,
probably
Chris.
gonna say, he's
Ask Brother
probably
Reggie.
gonna say something. All right,
Ask
well, the
Brother
first thing I
Reggie,
want to do is, no, I'm not gonna ask Brother Reggie a question. Brother Reggie is not an authority, unfortunately. Academia is the authority, and unfortunately, some of the things that I've always had to say about Reggie and
Brother Reggie is absolutely an authority. I'm sorry.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's
No,
done
he's not.
primary research. He's done
I have to.
he's done extensive research. He's
Hey,
been
Swap
proving
Boss.
himself for 10 to
Swap
15,
Boss.
20, 30 years. What are you talking about?
Wow.
For you to come up and think that you, of all people, could question Brother Reggie about who he is. No, it's being respectful. It isn't going
Hold on a
anywhere.
second. Let me say one thing, bro. I don't want the show to go too left because I'm streaming it. I can't tell you what to say,
Me
but I don't want it
neither.
to go too
And
left.
that's why I don't want this show to ever get to a point where Brother Reggie is being questioned to the extent that Chris.
But let Brother Reggie
He's
speak.
welcome. Hold on, wait. Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Let Brother Reggie speak.
Brother Reggie has welcome pushback. Understand?
Yeah.
But
That's
to
what I'm
sit
gonna do.
up,
I'm gonna push back.
but to sit up here and say Brother Reggie is no authority at all on this extensive research he done, I'm gonna give you pushback on that. So go ahead, challenge the man. It's not a set off. The set isn't burned down. Everybody relax.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Hold on, Chris. This show has been going left in a very good way. Let's keep our comments respectful, please. I can't tell you what to say. Please.
No, let Harris be who he is.
Appreciate y'all.
Nah, I don't want the show to go left, Reggie. I don't want the show to go left. We've been having.
I don't know why anybody. Well, first of all, this is that gaslighting element of the culture that exists. Everybody has said something before they even knew what I was going to say. I wasn't about to disrespect Brother Reggie at all. Brother Reggie and me have.
But Chris, when I say
let Brother Reggie, let Chris finish. Let Chris finish.
It's impossible.
I'm not saying that to you, Chris. I'm just saying that in general. It wasn't
okay, is it all right if I finish?
I welcome it. I'm a
he welcomes
for
it.
life. Come on.
Yeah, and this is a tactic that many pseudos use a lot. When somebody says, yes, I have pushed back against what Reggie said, there is no God of the mud, I would have semi-agreed with him because he said there is no God of the mud. Then we would go into Nut, Geb, and Shu. And we would show that Geb is a god of a neter of the ground. That's first of all. So I would say he was wrong there. And when I said that he is not an authority in the matter, Brother Reggie has never written a book, or he has never written an archaeological or presented an archaeological excavation to UNESCO or anyone else. So me saying that he is not an authority was not an insult to him because he would tell you he's not an authority.
It absolutely was.
Let Chris finish. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so secondly, I would say that the god Geb, who was the neter of the ground, and I really came on here to help Brother Reggie out with his assessment on the Merneptah stele, because the Merneptah stele is tricky. What the biblical people try to do is see that word Israel in there or whatever it said, and they'll say, oh, that's talking about Israel. But Reggie was 100% correct when he sat up there and said that these place names that are being mentioned in the Merneptah stele are Canaanite cities. You see nouns and you see people. The princes are prostrate, and you see these places that are named, and it talks about the people are prostrating to the king. But then we get there and it said its seed is no more. So what you guys have to go look up is the Yezrael Valley, and that was a very fertile plain in the northern section of Israel, in which Merneptah set to fire. This is why it said its seed is no more. It did not say they are no more. It did not refer to it as a people. It was actually speaking about the fertile plains. There are translations, and some people who have come forth and said it means the place where Ra set his seed or sowed his seed, because Ra was also seen as a fertile deity. So the translation from biblical people from the biblical side was incorrect. And two, the Bible never mentions Merneptah defeating, going into Israel, defeating them at all.
At all.
So it just takes a little bit of time. All right. So me and Reggie have been arguing almost 4 years, and we know how to argue without all the bickering and the pointing the fingers and everything back. So I do disagree with him on a lot of his assessments, but I also agree with him on most. So with that being said, I just wanted to come on here and drop that those little jewels. Reggie, you know where I'm at, brother. Peace.
He had the whole panel shook up. He had, it was like
Yeah,
a
they
pit
got-
bull was on the loose. We was jumping
Yeah,
on top
they
of
saw
cars.
me. They oh man.
No,
Hey, they
Okay.
had me in the tree. They had me in the tree.
Suave.
That was the
No,
first
thank
one.
you, Suave.
I'll-
No, thank you, Suave. Thank you. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right,
All
have a
right,
good day,
Chris.
man.
And, respectfully, Chris is one of those people in the intellectual athletic area that I'm in. Yeah, shout out to him, man. But yeah, to say that Brother Reggie is not an authority is insulting. I don't care how you shape it, what form or fashion. Whether brother respectfully disagrees with him or agrees with him, cool, we can have that conversation. But that just won't gonna fly with me. I don't care how long y'all been arguing. I'm here now. But yeah. Is there anything that you wanted to go ahead, or anybody else who had primary like?
Yeah,
'Cause I do got some questions for Brother Reggie,
King
and I
James
don't
is here.
mind Jose and King J
I'll
going
track
in.
back.
Yeah, real quick.
Let me just track back a few things. I let everybody know that I have a journal article. So Brother Reggie is not an authority, but I've done something that most people in this community has not been able to do, is to write a journal article. And yes, it's in the Journal of Pan-African Studies, but it's one of our oldest journals. So let me just share my screen. Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so when I try to, first of all, I don't have to be an authority. I just have to.
On this panel, you are the authority. So like,
To someone who hasn't done the work you did.
you are the
It's
authority
okay. So
in regards to the
okay.
meta-narrative.
So here is. If you search my article, Syncretism, a Means and Method of Accurately Translating Kemet to you and Kemet,
Can you
and
zoom in,
Cam,
son?
right? Yeah. So you can go to the. I originally published it in the Journal of Pan-Africanism, right? There's a Journal of Pan-Africanism right here, right? And then what I did was, I went to the DOI. I went to the company that does what you call a digital object, and they evaluated, and then they gave me a digital object identifier, right? And the reason why this is important is because in a literature review, when you're searching these terms, you would come across it. So here's my name, Reginald Mabry, and here's my article, and here let's see details. But what is published here? Journal Pan-African publisher, and here's the DOI. The digital object identifier is a permanent record in the database, right? And so I have that. I just smile at people. What topic would a person some of these people have that does primary research, right? What topic would they have that would be unique that they can publish, right? And so, and it's the same thing if you go to any search engine, let's say AI search engine, I'm going to go to one of them, Perplexity. I'm going to go to Perplexity. I can go to ChatGPT, but I'll go to Perplexity. So here's the thing: is list all authors, recent authors that published journal articles, papers on Kemet and cattle, right? And so let's see what the search engine says. This is a straight search, right? So then authors on Kemet to term, and then it says Journal of Pan-African article, the Journal of Pan-African Studies, syncretism, right? Means of translating. So you can find, so what I'm just trying to say is I'm in a database, right? So here's my article, Kemet Translation and Identity, right? So I would be there with Kemet Translation and Identity. I would also Asar Imhotep, who has another view on Kemet being Riparian, right? But here I am. So you can do a search and you can find my let me just say, what about Kemet? Kemet and sacred black cattle. See what happens. So Chris Harris okay, so Chris Harris, I will just do okay. So okay, can wear Wikipedia. Let's see. Maybe some places I don't come up, and some places I do come up. But here's the thing: is any publications from Chris Harris, Christopher Harris, a YouTuber. What's his page? What's Chris Harris' page?
We don't know.
YouTuber that has discussions on religion.
But real quick, just Reggie, just to build with you, just because he mentioned something about Geb, right? Because I said, just because he didn't want to say Kanum, I think he was either hastily said Geb or just didn't really know. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but because when I see Geb, I associate Geb as a cosmic deity, not a deity that would be associated with mud. Kanum would be more of the mud deity, if anything, because Kanum is the deity that sits on the potter's wheel with mud and make.
Can I jump? Well, sorry.
So yeah, that was something with the brother Reggie.
I just want to finish this. There's nothing on Christopher Harris. He doesn't exist. If I die tomorrow, he dies tomorrow. Nobody will know Christopher Harris.
Wow.
Christopher Harris can say that I'm not authority, but I beg to differ. I'm not authority on all things, but I beg to differ in the fact that I'm published. You can see that I'm in search engines. I have a DOI on the concept of Kemet, and King J is correct. Geb has nothing to do with color. So Kim, the word Kemet, because he doesn't understand the language, has everything to do with a concept relating to color, right? So this is something else I was doing. So the question is, we're dealing with Kim, the root word. My article deals with Kim, the root word, Kemet, the cattle, and human relationships, and Kemetu was a phrase that was used in the pyramid text. So Geb is not, you would have to look through my article. I have the most primaries on Kemet. I should have just did that. Let me just share.
Reggie.
Yeah.
It's actually I actually have a video up on it, so he can pull it up and look at it if he wants to, and I sent it to him as well. So if he wants to look at it, he can look at it.
Yeah, I can. Let me just pull this up. So my whole thing is he's wrong. Geb is concerned with the earth, but is not concerned. But there's nothing with the color of the earth. So what was I going to try to pull up? I was going to pull up something relating to yeah, I just pull up Kemet on Wikipedia, right? Since I'm not authority, let's go to the authority that people use, the quick one, Wikipedia. Let's go to the authority on Wikipedia. Wait.
Again, can we get back to me
Wikipedia?
asking some questions? Because Chris ain't nobody, bro. So after you do this, can I ask you some more questions?
Well, this is on YouTube. Yeah, ask me some questions. Sorry, I was searching the wrong place. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, all I'm saying is Chris is not an authority to call you not an authority. But I know you're trying to pull your point. I guess y'all been having this light skin battle back and forth for years. But no, this is what I'm saying, that like real talk. Having access to you is a valuable thing. Shout out to A1 and Coliseum arguments. Strive to the Titans Debate League. Let's get it. But you said
yeah,
that's a fact. You said that king is a better word to use than pharaoh, and I've heard that there were no pharaohs in Egypt. Is that the reason?
Or monarch, I would say.
No. Yeah. So these are translations. So it comes, the word pharaoh comes from the great house, which is Per-Ah. Ah is the great, and Per is the house, right? So it comes with interpretation that they make it pharaoh. You find that in the later period, but in the early periods, what King J just said and Jose would say, the Nosud Bidi, right? And the Nosud Bidi is a best translation for it is king, right? Is one of the sedge and the bee in their language, right? The sedge plant and the bee, and meaning talk about the two territories, the north and the south. So in this, what I'm just trying to say is when you deal with Chem, you have to deal with this glyph right here, the I6 glyph. And over here, if you look down the colors of the cow, you see the Chem cow, the sacred black cattle, which I wrote my article on. And then Kemet, you see Kemet is uses the same glyph and the T, right? And there's another word called Tarameri, which is more the cultivated land or the beloved land. And they named their country Kemet, starting from the 12th dynasty on, in not all texts, but in a lot of texts. And so now Geb means is what we know is the earth, but it's an anthropomorphic figure, and it's paired. So it's paired with Nut, right? And it has no Geb necessarily. It may have a color, but it's not associated with the black land. So if you track back some of my sources, or you go to Smash Rockwell, he has lots and lots and lots of shows on this. Sorry, you will find that that there is that Geb is not the mud god. He's associated with the land, and he's a celestial, just like my brother Boss said. Let me stop sharing my screen. So I think that we are all here. I just think that Chris just wanted some notice.
Some cheap attention. Yeah, he's very egotistic. He's a narcissist and he's a loser.
Hey. Let's keep it clean.
And hold on, man. Well, you can't be that clean.
This is not a face-off. This is not none of that.
We
got Brother Reggie here. We're not gonna waste time doing none of that. Go ahead, ask your questions though.
Appreciate you, God. Okay, so I get they haven't found any pharaoh crowns. There's been no archaeological recovery of any of the crowns depicted in the hieroglyphs.
I would be back and say they found the blue crown.
Say it again.
Yes.
You muffled. I don't know if it's me.
He said that we found the blue crown, which is the war crown. So we haven't found the red crown or the
white crown.
The white crown, but we have found the blue crown.
Is
So
that
he's
new?
correct about the blue crown. I'll give you a picture of it.
Okay, bet.
I'll give you. So so King J is accurate. So that's why you gotta be very careful with King J.
Like I said, I just want your opinion, clarification, correction, or answer to what I'm saying. These are just things that I.
King J was accurate again.
Oh yeah, he's,
according to Brother Reggie and to Brother Reggie.
So Brother Reggie.
because he
I got a scoreboard over here.
Yeah, he will. You can look it up. So I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna show you that we have the blue crown. And so images.
And why he bringing it up? The pyramids aren't spoke about in the Bible. The pyramids aren't spoken about in the Bible, and there's no hieroglyphs in the Great Pyramid.
There are they have found what they think is graffiti and kind of like one of the chambers, but nothing substantial, right? They have found they have recent work. They have found Khufu in the Great Pyramid. They found his name in the Great Pyramid.
They think they found his name.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But there's been no like the Great Pyramid isn't like Egypt wrote on everything. Like they recorded information on every pillar, every wall, every side. But in the greatest structure in that civilization, no hieroglyphics to this day. There's some questionable ones to this point, but like it's not like littered with hieroglyphics.
Well,
like
boss,
the rest of Egypt was.
Can I run this by you? Have you considered that? Because Reggie, the first pyramid text isn't to what? Unis? That's the first we see. That's the first.
Yes, Unis is so. King J, you can talk. I don't have to interrupt you.
While you look up that blue crown, I'll get this clarification on that, and then you can speak on it, and then Jose can speak on it.
I'm just trying to find a primary artifact of it, but a good primary artifact of it.
What's your reason behind asking about? What do you suggest? Alternative method.
I mean, to tell the truth, like I said, I'm trying to get your opinion, your teaching, a correction.
What do you think?
So I guess this one right here that I'm saying is those two things linked to me. The fact that the Bible is one of the greatest books, the greatest book to ever be recorded and passed around and translated, right? Like all other information has been interrupted and isolated. The Bible has been able to be pushed worldwide, and it doesn't mention the pyramids. And then when I look at the pyramids, when I give creditation to the Egyptians for building it, and I see that the Egyptians wrote on everything, and
almost, huh?
Say it again, Jose.
What happens is you have some artifacts at certain stele where you might just see pictures, and some things you pull up don't necessarily have writing. But what happens is when you deal with the pyramids and all these things, they have specific texts that they write continually in some of these pyramids and on coffins, which are known as the pyramid text, the coffin text, and Book of the Dead, and all of those other things.
But what I want to point out is that when you see these things translated and they show you them, they were once one long document and they cut them up into pieces, like the Papyrus of Ani, and glued it onto a board, and they actually destroyed it. So Faulkner wrote a recent book called the Papyrus of Ani, the complete book of the Papyrus of Ani, and he apologized for doing it, and he put it out so people could read it. So a lot of times we're reading these things, they're sort of out of context. They just compile these things in a way that they were not originally meant to be read. And then there's another danger of just reading text without understanding what you're reading. So I always caution people to just go open a translation of the pyramid text and start.
I can imagine that, right? That's why
that's crazy. Because I did it. Because listen, I did it, and it made me start to feel funny, like I shouldn't be doing it. like you know, I might hurt myself. I might invoke
that's
something.
That's why I feel like.
So I stopped doing it, bro. I swear. I swear to you.
Understood.
Maybe that sounds spooky, but it's something in my spirit that stop reading that, bro.
Yeah, it sounds
reading
spooky,
things that you don't know what you read it. You don't know what you read it. You really don't know what you read it.
Okay, but this was what I was saying, because I really like, you're so informed. My simple question got complex. So like, and I appreciate that information. What I'm saying is, the Bible doesn't speak of the pyramids while telling the story of being in Egypt, which I don't agree with the Bible. I know that it's fallacy, but I just wanted to get y'all input on that, and the fact that there's no hieroglyphs in the Great Pyramids, like when Egypt wrote. So, like, come on, man! Like, you just got pillars. You walk down the street, they tell the story of a war or something.
Now, let me say, and brother, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that they were not completed and that there was actually no remains found in that particular Makut, or am I wrong?
You asked Brother Reggie?
Yeah, because that's my understanding. It might not have been complete. And they may not have found any human remains in that particular pyramid.
You make a good point, though.
Okay, well, let me track back to two questions. Get to it. Okay, so you can share my screen. Okay, so if you share my screen, okay. So the first thing that we do is we wouldn't know about the Kapesh. We wouldn't know about the war crown if we didn't have artifacts of it. So we have these artifacts of it, right? So then what we don't so we know enough about the way the crown looked in the formation, and then we actually find fragments. So this is a fragment of the war crown. So and it identifies with the artifacts of the war crown. So we have a fragment of this war crown.
Okay,
right?
So just to get clarification, the blue crown of Egypt has existed through how many dynasties?
Oh, that's more of an 18th dynasty. It could have existed more, but it's more of an 18th dynasty crown.
So it only existed through one dynasty. And how long is a dynasty?
One dynasty.
Well,
no, that's why I said, okay, hold on, let me start over. The blue crown of Egypt has existed for how many dynasties?
From the 18th, really the 18th dynasty on.
From the 18th to the end.
Yeah, that we
and
would
all we found is a fragment.
Yes. Yeah.
And so from the 18th dynasty to the end, respectfully, how many years is that?
From the
retain that information.
It was maybe about 800-900 years.
So for 800-900 years, the blue crown was the crown of at least a certain authority of Egypt.
Oh, it had a particular function. It was a war crown, and so you would see it among 18th dynasty in 18th dynasty kings on. So you would see it. I think in Hotep III, you would find it there. Then you would find it in the 19th dynasty pharaohs, Ramses and Seti, right? And
in illustrations, but you don't actually find it theological.
No, we have this. No, we have a fragment. We actually have a whole fragment of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that one fragment will come from a crown that existed for one pharaoh or a king or
the other word that they said.
Right.
So,
So we
so
know it existed. See, it's harder with the other crowns because the other crowns we don't even have too
we don't
many.
even have a fragment.
Right.
So
But here
look at that whole conversation as a whole, Brother Reggie. That's what I'm saying. Through
Yeah.
all of the dynasties of Egypt, these
Mhm.
crowns that's depicted, the red, the white, the blue,
Mhm.
all we have is a fragment of one blue.
Mhm. Right. So listen to what I'm going to say.
Yes.
The people of that land was very protective of their highest culture. So, you know, having crowns lost, then anyone can put it on. Then it has their belief system attached to it that they are the representative of the highest principles, right? So there would be many of those things floating around, and that's why, and so even and tombs were being robbed. So imagine people having this crown. Imagine the spooky dookiness that we would have if. Look, when I went to Egypt. Oh, this funny thing is when I went to Egypt, I went to the Khufu pyramid. It was open, so we walked to the King's Chamber, and in the King's Chamber, after all the steps, the bowing, all of that stuff, right? Because it's like 30 stories or something like that, 20, 30 stories, right? I get up in there, and when I get into the room, you know what I see? I see a whole line of Europeans waiting to get inside the coffin, to lay in the coffin.
Wow, that's crazy.
Imagine, and you know, archaeology is such that we may find it, but it's for those people who are sacred and guarded. And you know, we know it existed because of the statues, but finding it, we haven't found it. We did find a fragment of the blue crown, but now.
Well, Brother Reggie, I was watching somewhere where they were saying that they think some of the other crowns were made out of materials that might have deteriorated over time. That they were not like solid gold, they had wire and cloth and other things that they think might have deteriorated.
Yeah, certainly, because you see the pre-dynastic nature of men, and then you have Sikher, right? And Men is more in the Sudan area, and we see him with a crown, but we don't see it. So some of these things could have been made of fabric.
Okay, so can I jump out the window and tell you my theory?
Yeah, jump out.
These were hairstyles. They weren't artificial crowns.
Come on,
They were
man.
hairstyles that could only be created by a certain texture of hair. And it was later, I guess, what is the word? It was later like manufactured. It was later like
duplicated
artificially. But I believe that these hairstyles were the nappy hair styles that we still see in African people. They weren't artificial red, white, and blue crowns. They were the dyeing of real hair that people shaped to have this style.
Originally, they probably let me see hairstyles. Originally, they probably were because you see the Nubian crown. So here's what the brother's talking about. So this is on visit, right? Just
So question, Reggie, what was that compared?
So look at these crowns, right? So there's this African hairstyle, which may have been a normal hairstyle, right? In other places of Africa. Here's the crown that he's talking about. This one is actually the Kapesh crown, and then it's a actual hairstyle.
Okay, there you go.
Right, and then you see combinations of hair with diadems on top of it. We do have diadems. These are not full crowns, but these are things that would
they were things that accented that you would put on it to decorate it, but the original crown were the hairstyle of the African.
Right. But because we were so diverse, look, I'm sure Tut Ankh-Amun would like to have rocked one of these, right? But he's dynasty. He's got a lot of problems, right? He's got, a lot of health problems, maybe born of incest. He would have liked to rock this crown with his hair, but he just probably didn't get to it. So in the meantime, you know, and he wears several crowns, right? So in the meantime, he gets an artificial crown. And they wore wigs. So, for example, if I type up ancient Egyptian wigs, if I typed up ancient Egyptian wigs, let me see, let's go back. Ancient Egyptian wigs. So you see this wig right here, right? So they wore hair pieces and wigs. They wore makeup. They did all that stuff, right?
Okay. All right.
So here, right here. So here you go. So basically, so basically, sometimes they would use a wig with human hair. Sometimes they would mix it with plants. Sometimes it would be with beeswax, right? Yeah, it would be all that. Why? Because they could shake off all the goddamn insects when they go into the holy places, right? Before they go on, you don't want a fly or something in your wig. That's gonna spoil the whole thing. So they created wigs. So okay, they were okay. So ancient Egyptian wigs. Now there are we can look at the big pyramids, but remember, there were pyramids before, starting with the step pyramid, and then there was all these: the black pyramid, the red pyramid, the bent pyramid, right? So we would have to track back in some of these places. So here's what I'm talking about with a kind of a mixed here hairstyle. Let's see, wig. Does it come up?
So it's clear to say that certain textures of hair, the people who have certain textures of hair have been in, dang, what was the word? Duplicate.
Yeah.
Like people wear other people's cultures of hair through wigs.
Yeah. Just like the Greeks put on Egyptian crowns. So they're replicated, they're reproduced. So this is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, right? And look, black women, what do you call this? If you ever had to shop for or sit in a hair place, right? This whole thing right here is a whole technology. I forgot the name of it. It's a whole technology that when women wigs, they say what?
Ain't that a bang? That's a bang.
They wear this. No, the bang is in the back. In the front, I wish there was a sister in it. She would tell us exactly.
A bob?
Because a lot of sisters.
Yeah, I'm asking my girl. She said that's a bang. Yeah, a bang.
No, the thing in the front.
It looked like a bob. Yeah, that's what she's talking about. It said it looked like a bob, but it's a bang. I know when girls put their hair down in front and curl it, they call it a bang.
Yeah, it's a okay, but it's a when people lose their edges and stuff like that, sister, and they go and they get a weave and they missing hair there. What's the name of that thing?
Lace front?
Right, lace front. Lace front. Yeah, this is high tech. This high tech technology right here.
That's an ancient lace front.
This is a pyramid right here. This is real. How can I say this is a technological achievement for the women in the Nile Valley? So yeah, they created lace fronts, right? So here's another rough lace front, right? They created
lace fronts. I love that. And he used ancient origins as a source. I do too. I'm telling you, they got that truth over there.
You see this right here? It's a lace front right here. Yeah. See, right? It's a lace front, right? Lost her edges, bowed her head, and put up a lace front. So thank you, sister, for helping me out with my sister vocabulary, because and men too. Men, you see Shaka Amos. You see the Shaka Amos. What do you call it? I forgot the name of it. Right. Yeah. So all of this.
His side lock. He's talking about his side lock.
Yeah, side locks. Right. And here's a sister buried. Watch this. This is what you call a sahu, a mummy, right? And this is actually a sister from the land, buried with her real natural hair and her braids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then she got a little hair wrap for the other side of it. But this is a
She
sister.
looked like a lot of women I see walking around alive today. When you see them real crazy crackheads, but they just got their hair done.
Yeah. So you know how we go into and buy hair extensions? Well, in ancient Egyptian, they sold hair extensions right there. Look at that.
And a bag of weed.
Yeah, a bag of hair extensions. Right?
Some bundles, ancient bundles.
Exactly. They sold it as a bundle, right? And so, and men wore it. You see this right here? My brother would like to be rocking a full Nubian kind of, but you know, he's a priest. He shaved off his hair and he says, look, give me a hairstyle. Look, if we wore wigs, brothers, like this, you know how much money we're saving is goddamn barbershop.
So this is my question as a bald man, because as a bald man, are you saying it's okay for me to go get a lace front 360 wave?
No, not in our culture.
Man, damn, Reggie. Okay, so
I'm
coming next year. I'm gonna see you next year. I got it next year.
I would like to rock one. I would like to rock one of these, right? Look, he even got it grayed out. He know he ain't young, so he got one grayed out. I wish our culture would do that. You know, look, I got to go to the barber right now. Shoot, I got to go to the barber. That's gonna set me back.
That's why you got a hat on 11 o'clock at night. I know. Okay, look, but let me get you on side on that, and I appreciate the transparency. Let's go to a little darker place right quick.
And white folks wore them wigs too. Those Ptolemies.
Yeah. White folks did everything. White folks did. Okay. Can you speak? Okay, slavery, transatlantic slave trade, the Arab slave trade. With your knowledge, and I mean this to the panel, but could you talk about the African kings that got killed and lost their head fighting against slavery? Because there's been a narrative coming out that Africans sold Africans into slavery, and that's been their excuse for white supremacy. Could you please speak about, if you have any knowledge, and everybody else?
Yeah, sure. All right. So the concept is really prisoners of war. So with the crazy FBA people, those nuts, right? Creating a fake history, a false history. Africa was already delineated. That's how we lost. We were not unified. We had already delineated. So in some of the West African places, and many other places, but West Africa is a good study. You have the Ashanti, the Fante, the Ewe, and Ga. You have those ethnic groups and they're warring. So what they would do is they would take their prisoners of war. So they would not integrate with their prisoners of war. And most times they would kill their prisoners of war. So the Europeans simply took the prisoners of war of competing African countries, and it's called human trafficking. So they bought the ships. Those prisoners of war was given to the Europeans instead of being slaughtered, right? So to say we sold ourselves into slavery is oversimplistic, and it's a lot of people out here that just does bad history, right? But in early ancient African civilizations, the ancient Egyptians, when they went to Canaan, right, they took prisoners of war. The reason why they went to Canaan is because the people kept invading their lands. So they brought the war to the Canaanites. So they captured thousands and thousands, right? And some of them, it was a choice: be servants, right? Or if you want to use the word slaves, right?
Slave. Yeah.
Or die. Your choice. Do you want to fix yourselves? Do you want to transition to a better culture? Or do you want to die? So those that gave up, right, they were sentenced, depending on their crimes, some to rock quarries and some to households. Simple as that. But the people, I got college, y'all. Like, you know, I get upset when somebody like Chris Harris says something about me First, I got college. I got an honors award in Black Studies. I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. I
Hey Reggie, don't bring up Chris no more. You hear me? Do you know who you
yeah,
are?
I mean,
Hold on, wait, brother, my brother. Listen to me. Don't bring up Chris Harris no more. He has no business in your mouth, in your mind, in any of your teachings, bro. This is what I'm saying, brother. Could you please give me a little information, if you have any, on the kingdoms that fought against slavery?
oh, okay. So here's the thing. So here's the thing is when the slave, because you got ships coming from Europe, weekly, right? Okay. So when that quota ran out, then they took the people, right, who normally would produce uh, captives. They they started taking them and their families, and so that's when they got the message. And so then you have Asantewaa, you have Prempeh, you have those groups of people fighting against European slavery. Too late though, right? In Angola, you have people fighting against slavery. All through, you had Africans fighting against slavery from the Arab slaveries. You have Africans fighting against slavery from the Roman slavers, right? So there is lots of resistance in Africa, right? Oversimplistic people who need education, who need to study and read some books, or look, I mean, I'm friendly until you assault me, but I'll dress you down because what have you read? Dr. John Henry Clark, my professor, teacher, right, elder, my extended grandfather, was his pallbearer. Last person to see him in death. Uh, um, uh, he asked us all, could you do some research on the Bach Treaty? The Bach Treaty is a 500-year treaty between the Sudanese people and the Arabs, right? And basically, the treaty was, and I'll pull it up for you. I think I can pull it up for you. Basically, it was Arab slavers was coming into Africa, and they made a treaty. So I'll pull it up for you. So the difference is always when you have somebody on, on your channels and stuff like that, if they can't demonstrate, if they can't demonstrate, then they're not worth anything to you, because all I'm just doing is I'm beginning to source stuff for you, right? So let me just see if I can download this. Okay, read and download. Okay. Log into.
You do that. Hey, what's his name? Swan?
Swap.
Are you referring to the homie?
No, the King Badu Bonsu II, who was executed in Dutch in 1838 or whatever, returned to like.
Yeah, you're talking about we're talking about, you asked about the slave trade and the blacks selling blacks into slavery, right? It starts from like the 16th century, not the 18th century.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the African kings on the African soil.
Yeah,
right. I said the homie. You don't know who the homie are?
Okay, you real muffled, bro. It's crazy on my end. I don't know if it's
the homie tribe. You don't know? Do you know who they are?
Yeah, I know of the homie tribe.
Do you know what they're responsible for?
No.
So you don't know who they are then? The homie tribe, the kingdom of the homie, they're the ones who are responsible for supplying the slaves to. Are you familiar with Port? I never said it right. Port Weda.
Yeah. Yes. Weda.
Yeah. So the homie tribe supplies the people of Weda until they're later taken. But that's dealing with the Portuguese. And so my argument is always: are you familiar with the Converso Jews? Those Jews that came.
Okay, so are you saying the people they fought against slavery?
Who?
The people that you just mentioned.
I didn't comprehend. I said those are the people who are responsible for supplying the slave.
Man, did you hear me ask about the people who fought against it?
There were
How did you do that?
Morning.
I said the argument, respectfully, I said the argument recently that people been coming up with is that Africans sold each other into slave. Cool, right? But then they're trying to paint it as if that was life. But what I'm saying is that y'all don't. What I'm saying is y'all don't recognize the African kingdom, the African kings, the African people who fought against slavery. Said no, we're not selling our prisoners of war.
That was in the 1800s, in the 18th century. That's way even slavery was illegal, and we didn't sign papers in this country that don't even bring any African slaves at that point. 1832.
Yes,
So,
but I'm talking more 1400s. I'm saying when the stuff was popping off. Yes. I'm saying when the transatlantic slave trade was popping off.
The transatlantic slave trade was not 1400.
Okay, when is the transatlantic slave
No,
trade?
why are you asking questions you don't even understand the dates and the times, brother?
Okay, King J, I don't know if you really want to do this with me.
Because
Hold on.
The 1400s is the IBM. Is when is the Queen Isabella kicked the
when
Jews.
is the transatlantic slave trade, brother?
It's the 16th century, brother.
From when to when, brother?
Whenever they stopped. I just gave you 1832 is when they stopped.
Okay, bet. When the transatlantic slave trade was popping
1400, brother. Just keep in mind, know what you're talking about.
I appreciate the correction.
Okay.
When the transatlantic slave trade was popping off, and y'all have this narrative, the Africans sold Africans into slavery. When was that time period, brother?
I said the kingdom of the homie. You said you were familiar with it.
When was that time period, brother?
Brother, you asked me the time period, and I named you the kingdom. It's during the time period that you said, 16.
Man, how am I supposed to get a date from a term?
Transatlantic slave trade. Comprehend
When was this? When was this, brother? Can you just give me a date?
I said 16th century, brother. That's what you said.
Okay, so in the 16th century, when the Dahomey was selling other Africans in the transatlantic slave trade,
right.
Do you have any information on the? Thank you for your patience, brother Reggie. Do you have any information on the kingdoms who were fighting against this transatlantic slave trade that were African? Is what I asked. But you felt it very necessary to point out what I've already admitted.
Brother, familiarize yourself with the Dahomey and the kingdom of Weda and how that is the war. It's amongst each other. It's African tribes fighting African tribes.
Okay, so you saying the whole transatlantic slave trade came out of this one war between the Dahomey and the Weda?
That particular post, because you have Portuguese.
Okay, listen. So King J, respectfully, because I've never heard you say anything that made me think you was stupid. Right? I've never like you challenge people's stuff. But it's like my question was, Dr. Reggie, do you have
What happened?
Brother Reggie? No. What I'm saying, I'm just recanting the state. I'm just recanting the question to get back to a healthy discourse. Okay.
The question has been answered, but you didn't comprehend the answer.
No, okay, maybe I didn't. Let's say I didn't. Bet.
That's very clear.
Okay, bad. Let's say that's very clear. I said, Brother Reggie, there's been a narrative coming out that Africans sold Africans into slavery. Do you have any information on the Africans who fought against that? And King J, to my logic, brought up the Dahomey tribe, who said were the source of the African slaves that sold each other. And I said, got that. That's not what the fuck I asked for. I said information.
Language.
I said information on the kingdoms that fought against slavery. Because the narrative has already been pushed, and I accept it. Africans fought Africans and sold Africans in it. But I just tried to Google it, but this is like a way later account. This is 1800. Of African kings fighting against selling their people into slavery just because they're prisoners of war. I'm asking for information on that. And I believe that King J, who names himself a king without any credentials, is omitting that information to paint his narrative. Instead of saying, yeah, I've came across that information too, he reinforces the fact that African sold African, which I already conceded to.
Suave. Let me simplify the answer for you. If he wants to go into the Dahomey sold their people into slavery and later fought against the same enslavers.
And
So
that's what he
he's giving
meant
an
by too
example.
late. And I
So he's
get
giving
it.
an example.
Let him
Oh, you
finish.
want something earlier? You want something earlier?
Yeah.
Well, then it's best you ask Brother Reggie, because I can't give you that answer. That's all I know.
That's where we started at.
Yeah,
That's all I know, bro. I
that's
probably
not
can't go any further than that.
the slave trade we're talking about. Essentially, like comprehend when you're giving the answers in actually a more intelligent question.
Yes, sir.
And
Hold
make
on,
sure
hold on,
if
hold
you
on.
out there in
Squad.
TV land watching right now that you
Squad,
go
this is what I
ahead
do.
and hold on. Make sure if
Hold
you're
on.
out there in TV land that you go ahead and bless Brother Reggie's Cash App at Reginald Marbury.
Yeah, I'm gonna put. I'll thank you so much. I'll put it in the chat, and maybe you could put it on the screen. But
Drop
yeah,
a comment in there, and then I'll give.
breakfast.
I think I need to give you a wrench first. So drop a comment, and then I'll give you a wrench, and then you can post the link.
Okay, let's see if yeah. So oh, that was in a private chat. So let me see if I can put it in a public chat.
So
Oh yeah, you can put it. I'll have it so you can put it in the public chat.
Buy me breakfast. All right, buy me breakfast. You know.
I'm willing to pass the mic to whoever else got a question, but I'm willing to say,
Yeah, I got blocked, so you have to give me a wrench. But
yeah.
it's in the private chat.
Just comment anything so that way I can give you a wrench.
Yeah, I did, and it threw me out.
No, in the YouTube chat.
In the YouTube.
In it, not. I'm not on YouTube. I'm on this.
Okay, I got you though. I will share it. I just wanted you to make sure you had access to do that. Got you. Let me take you off of there. That's his Cash App right there.
I'm blocked on Solomonic TV too.
Really? I didn't block you, no.
Yeah,
No, you need a wrench, and then you can do all of that.
Well, you
We have to give you we have to give you moderator status.
Okay. Well, listen, there are. Luckily, remember, I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research and Black Culture at the New York Public Library. There are more than 50 volumes on the slave trade. It depends on where you want to start. Mansa Musa was a major slaver, right? He how can I say, his territory was vast. There was resistance there, not well tracked because Europeans are writing the story, right? For a while, Europeans are writing the story. Most of our material on it comes from European writers, but then we do have Islamic writers that write, and then we have what the Europeans wrote about their slave voyages. So, but I just gave you an example of Ghana between Asante and Prempeh, right? I gave you an example of that, and I told you the groups of people that they were warring against. The Ashanti was warring against the Fanti, the Fanti, the Ewe, the Ga, right? Those groups of people. And then there is what the Europeans talked about with Benin, the homie Wida, and then there's Europeans collecting slaves from there. And then what I want to show you something earlier that let me share my screen so that you can see. I'm going to show you a different type of resistance where the Africans were not complying with the slavery. And so this is what I wanted to show this to Dr. Clark, but he had passed before I got it. So if you share it right here.
Oh God, I can't copy the link.
And then after this, if there's no more big questions for me, I'll sit through the whole thing, but I like to listen to the young people. So in this article, it's called the 8th Century Arabic Letter to the King of Nubia. So the Arabic king of Nubia, a lot of people saying the Arabs didn't involve themselves in slavery, was peaceful and all that bullshit, that lie, right? But here's a translation of a king of the mayor of Cairo to the Africans in Dongala, and it says, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful." We hear all that. from Musakab, the of Makor and Nubia, to them, right? Peace upon the friends of Awilia, of God, and those who obey them. To them do I praise God, other than whom there is no God, right? So now we will have to track back because you know the Arabs like to say that their language is always pure and it's never changing. We track this back where there is no God. To continue, you sing, meaning you say, know that about which an agreement was made with you and the fulfillment of it, right? So you're gonna have to fulfill something for it, which you took upon yourselves, so you preserve your blood and property, a threat. If you fulfill it, God blessed and exalted is, he says in his book, that book called the Quran, fulfill the compact of God. When you make a compact, you do not break the oath after it has been affirmed and you have made God your guarantor. Verily, God knows what you do. So their God is asking the African to do something, right? To find slaves. And he said, fulfill my compact, and I said, fulfill your compact and mine. So here is the actual text, right? And these are the actual words for anybody who wants to dabble into translating Old Arabic, right? And this is what it says. He threatens the African. So fear me. We have fulfilled for you that which we took upon ourselves for you in turning away from your blood and your property, and you sing, know your security in our land and your dwelling wherever you wish in it, and repairing your merchants, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let me skip down here, right? So he says, they always talk about their daggone God in the belief of our Lord and trust in our prophet. I wonder who the goddamn Lord is, right? So then he says, okay, so he says, okay, you sing, manifest the people, and then he goes into this whole thing about the slaves that they want. So they complain about the slaves that they're getting, right? And that's the part that I'm trying to figure. So if anybody sees it, tell me to stop while I'm reading it, right? Because they're complaining about the women in the one-eyed. Let me just calm down, because this makes me sick, right? They complain about somebody of theirs that got kidnapped, right? And then over here they says, okay. So then he goes, look at these bastards. You have sent that in which there is no good. That's fine. Okay, wait. You are liable to the Bach of several years, which you have not fulfilled. As for that which you have sent in accordance with the Bach, you have sent that in which there is no good. You have sent the one-eyed, or the lame, or the weak old man, or the young boy. So look, sing into that about which I have written to you, sing and hasten, meaning get me my slaves, the dispatching to us of your remaining liability according to the Bach for the years for which you owe. So they're talking about human flesh, right? And they got all this God willing and all of this BS, right? So here the Nubians are basically not complying with giving up their people and other people to the goddamn Arabs. Sorry, I wasn't big enough for you to read.
Thank you, brother. That was hard. Thank you.
Right? So here it goes right here. So I want to get to it. So yeah, where does it say? So I can get you this book. Okay. Right. Yeah. Where it says you have sent us the one eye. Okay, here goes. Number 54. That you are liable to the Bach of several years which you have not fulfilled, as for that which you have sent in accordance with the Bach. You have sent that which is in no good, the one-eyed, or the lame, or the weak old man, or the young boy. So look, Africans, sing into that which I have written to you, and hasten, give me my slaves, the dispatching of us to your remaining liability, according to the Bakht. So here's the primary. So you could take that assalamu alaikum, alaikum salam, right? Or that what's this other word that I want to say? I'm drawing a blank on it. Aslam Teslam, right? But you Africans, you look up an 8th century Arabic letter to the king of Nubia by Plumley, and you will get my research. So there you go. So I'm gonna listen to Jose and King J, and this was Jose's show. I just wanted to add and help you with the questions, and I hope I did that.
Thank you, Brother Reggie. But Jose and King J would not be doing any back and forth on this show or any other show ever again in the future. I'm not doing that anymore. If it's not going to
That's hard. That's hard.
To be honest, the show went left, but it went left in a good way. I came on here to show my content, but I think the ancestors are telling me you came on here for the wrong reason. Collect my phone going mad. I'm getting kicked off. So I think this show went the way it was supposed to go. So we're not doing a back and forth. I wanted to share some of my content if I possibly could. A1 or.
And we still can, yeah. We good. We about to roll. We might as well just turn it into a Monday Night Madness. We had the elder, Brother Reggie in the building, first time hitting the panel, and you know when he comes, he's got a suitcase full of sources ready to crack heads. Appreciate you.
I'm very happy he showed up because he kind of made me look good too, huh?
And I'm sure you can expect some refutations in the days to come from some of the gentlemen who do watch the channel. I'm trying to get people to do stuff in a more constructive way. So, instead of battling back and forth, can you hear me?
Let me advise anyone who has any back and forth, don't come on here and try to debate Brother Reggie.
Yeah.
Don't do
exactly.
that.
Yeah. So
don't go anywhere else and do that either because
do a presentation and we may review your work.
I'm gonna get him on that Kimball men wearing lace front 360 waves, man.
No, brother.
I think that's a culture we can adopt. Women been fooling us for years. We ain't ask no questions. I don't gotta be bald no more, and I'm willing to debate Reggie on that.
Well, brother, have two pigs. You don't have to wear lace front, bro. You could get two pigs to go to Turkey.
Shout out to the men who don't want to be bald no more.
You got to go do that, If you want to be bald, be cool, but you can't do that.
I think we got a debate topic for Jose.
None of that. You can't.
He's passionate about this one.
You can't wear glitter bear.
I mean, everybody can afford to go to Turkey, brother. Sometimes you got to go grab your 30.
Somebody said they want to debate me. Somebody said they want to debate me.
No. He gave a funny topic. It was
okay.
Still, black men wear lace front 360 waves, dreads, high top fades. I could have so many hairstyles, and I'm sitting up here being judged by y'all. And
let me answer the question. Suave, they're already doing it, and we don't know. Man is putting weave in the hair and lace front beards already. I don't promote that. Since you asked the question,
ancient Egypt did. But ancient Egypt.
No, brother.
Bow down to something greater than yourself, man.
Oh, that's what that was about. I missed that whole little segment.
That's not lace front, Suave.
That's what Brother Reggie called it. Brother
Reggie put that up there. He said they wigs.
He called it female wig. That was a female wig. That wasn't a
male. The men wore wigs too, man.
Shout out to the elder.
Not lace front, brother. Don't do that to my culture because then we're gonna have to debate. Then we're gonna have to debate.
He's the top scholar on the channel right now, so if he said that's what it is, that's what it is for the team.
It's a lace front, but look, man, I'm telling you, man, if they had, women now they wear you could ask the brothers, sisters wear hair hats. So these are hats with hair on them, right?
Yeah, with hair under the brim. It looks like a hat, but the hair
that's
is
crazy.
Hat.
Yeah, and shit.
That's called a cap.
Man, shoot, look, we just too proud, boy. But if I could get a baseball cap,
Lace
man,
front wigs for men, man. Coming down
with some locks and shit.
I'll give me some locks, bro. I'm telling you, man. Lord have mercy.
Well, they're already wearing lace front swabs, so they're already wearing lace front beards and weave anyway. They're already doing that.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I don't want to be bald. I'm 60 years old. Shoot.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, you still young, man.
I don't want to be born either, but I can't help it.
You can help it, brother, and that's what I'm here for. You taught me
Now,
something.
bro, I'm
I'ma
40
teach you
years old. The
something.
lace front ain't rocking over here.
Okay. Ben Eaton, what's good, guy? Man, shout out to you, A1, for being patient with me, man. But it was fire, bro.
You was going off of some knowledge that Brother Reggie dropped, man. You was sticking to the
All right. So cool.
Hey, get Chris Harris a lace front, a cap. You know?
Wow.
I was not a part of that.
wasn't
That was
ready.
not me. I don't
I
agree.
do not want to be on the biblical assassins attack. He's
No,
got a
I
list.
just don't like.
I
I
do
just
not
don't
wanna be
like
on it.
people interrupting. If y'all want to interview him. But my whole problem is I wasn't doing anything bad. I mean, like, okay, you want to give me some pushback? That's fine, but don't insult me while you're trying to do it.
Thank you. Chris was a Hebrew Israelite 4 years ago. Brother Reggie, he is not on your level. He's not in your playing field. I got your back.
Yeah, I just
I got your back. I know the metal netter enough to argue with him. I'll make something up, but he will not sit up here and act like you his equal, and he could
Well,
question
let's
your
say this.
choice.
I'll say this. I'll say this in my experience. Sometimes people read papers and take translations and run with them, but if you put the Medu Neter in front of them, they wouldn't recognize anything on the screen. I don't know if that's Chris Harris' case. I'm not saying that. But that happens.
I'm saying that. I'm saying Chris doesn't know how to read the Medu Neter. He's been able to impress a small circle of Hebrew Israelites who are most ignorant black people on earth. And he thinks that he can say, now that he's abandoned his something that he would have died for 4 years ago. Now that he's abandoned that and claimed that he's an atheist, he wants to turn his talents on brothers like Reggie, and that will not be permitted by historians like me. I have the history, Chris Harris, and that is not him.
Wait, what? I just walked away from the computer for 2 seconds to turn my toaster over on because it went off too soon.
Missed 4 years.
And what did I just miss? I just heard. Can we not bring up other people's name? I heard a name that just wasn't here. Let's just go the other direction with this, please. Now that I'm back, that was 2 minutes to do whatever y'all did or whatever the heck I just missed.
Yeah, we were talking about lace front.
I tried to turn the potatoes over.
We were talking about lace front wigs.
Okay.
You can't leave the kids alone for 2
Yeah, I just heard back and I still heard somebody else's name. And you know, let's promote positivity and
I'm just poking at Chris Harris. Brother Reggie brought him up because he got up in here and confronted him, and I'm just exaggerating the fact that Chris has no reason to even be in a conversation with Brother Reggie. So that's it. It's respect.
He does have a reason to be in the conversation over here on this channel, though.
Yeah, no.
Quick word from our sponsors. No. To go to a quick word from our sponsors. Let me show everybody why I created this channel and why we're all here today.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every Titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And oh yeah, one more gentleman before it goes back to you. Just for the people watching at home, somebody did send me something for you, Brother Reggie. I made sure it got straight over to you, and You can also
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose.
Sorry.
Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation, it's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the Clash of the Titans.
Man,
Okay, back to you, gentlemen.
I wish I was younger. Shoot, I wish I was younger. I'm so glad that we're dealing with true information and we're debating it. And I come from Sonetta Studios, right?
Shout out them.
I come from there, and so I seen some of the. I bought, believe it or not, I bought Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan to a debate.
Mm.
Did you ever see that?
Which one did you bring him to? He's a legend. I've seen a few of his on online when he's sitting on a platform debating the Hebrew. Well, it was a white guy. I'm not sure if he was
Right,
Hebrew.
but
Sorry if that's
bought-
offensive to anybody. I wasn't
I
sure.
bought Dr. Ben from the nursing home in the last 3 years or 4 years of his life. I bought him to Sonetta's debate with Aline Bay and Sarah Sunsetti.
I did a video on that.
Yeah, so I did that. You see me once I walk Dr. Ben in, right? Then you see everybody jump up, take him from me, and all of that stuff, and that's okay. That's all right. But and then I had him taken home, but that's all right. Everybody jumps up because there was Dr. Ben live in the Sonetta debate to watch. Couldn't get no better than that, huh?
That's dope. That's dope.
I was in high school when I was watching that debate, man.
Yeah.
Happy rebirth, Dr. Joe, man. Dr. Joseph. But respectfully, this is the Coliseum of arguments. This is a Clash of the Titans, A1.
Yep, and I am actually the host. Shout out to you, just so that way you can see who I am. I'm the host A1, and we definitely appreciate you coming through and sharing your wisdom with us.
Peace, A1.
Yeah. Oh, did you see me on the screen?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
you.
we saw you.
Just so that way you can see.
I saw you.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure you knew who I was and knew who brothers. And shout out to the team, man, for holding it down and. You know what I'm saying? Making a healthy space for us to learn tonight and keep it, tight, man. Trying to keep it tight around here, man.
And so, A1, what I would like to see is I would like to see people go to more libraries and museums. I like to see that they actually did more than Google, right? That they actually did more than ChatGPT. That they, in fact, actually went to a research library and pulled the book off the shelf and read it, rather than we do have some really, really great AI stuff and Google stuff and PDFs, but I would actually like people pulling books off the shelves, right? What do you think about that?
I got my book collection. I really pride myself. Well, I don't pride myself on my library, but I do. I just remember growing up and reading all my dad's books. I couldn't ask him a question about anything because I would be told to go look it up. So that's how I ended up so knowledgeable about it.
That's hard.
I couldn't even ask for a definition or how you spell a word. How you spell something, go look it up. Never mind. Nope, too late. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I dealt with every day in the house.
Shout out to your dad for good training.
And he's one of
So
the judges in my tournament as well. So he's definitely an opinion that people have grown to love around here. So yeah, definitely. Let me give my pops a round of applause.
Yeah, man.
You know,
Congrats
let me
to Pops,
where
man.
yeah,
Gang,
if
gang.
we don't own it, if we don't own it or have access to it, then we're shut out. You understand? We're shut out of it, right? But once you own it, you and your family own it forever, right? Can I ask you, have you done your family history?
No, not yet. I'm going to do it this year though, because and there's a lot of conversations that now. Well, I'm understanding now. I'm not under the understanding now. I know that I needed to be able to be involved in certain conversations, or to, for my opinion to even matter. So yeah, I'm about to.
Yeah. How many of the rest of you have done it? Because here's the thing: is I've done family history research for some of my greats, like Dr. Leonard Jeffries, right? Had to tell Dr. Leonard Jeffries that his name is not Jeffries, it's Jeffers, and it was converted to Jeffrey. And he was the one who helped Al Taylor do Roots, right? And so I had to use tools to go and help him with his family research. And I find that in these conversations, with Hebrews and Christians, they replace their ancestors with biblical characters. They don't know who their ancestors are, but they map themselves to biblical characters. How stupid is that?
Very stupid.
Right? How stupid is that? And so what happens is that if you don't know who your listen, you have 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great grandparents, great grandparents, 16 great grand. If you don't do you know how to do it? Do you know how to do it?
The ancestry. You talking about online, like Forever 20 Ancestry.com?
DNA.
Those
No,
things?
no, we don't do DNA. DNA is a part of it, but we do.
Well, no, I don't. Then explain it to me.
You talking about
Okay.
looking up the paperwork on your
Yeah.
parents and they parents and tracing them paper
Yeah,
wise?
I don't know how to do it.
Genealogy is talking
Teach.
about.
Okay, so let me just see if I can log in.
I can't learn.
Okay, sign
I'm
in with
cap.
Google.
I definitely want to know.
Okay, so let me see. Sometimes I get locked out. I gotta sign in with a password, and let me see if I can remember this password. Just give me a few minutes, otherwise I gotta
Take your
reset it,
time. No, take your time.
and
As
I'll
long
show
as you
you.
need. We
So
got all
A1,
this.
A1. Let me ask you that. I can say something here, A1.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to me while he's doing that.
I have about an hour more left on stream, probably, or a little bit more, because my wife has a business and I have to go to work for the business. So, could I ask those on the panel, except for brother Reggie, to kind of drop off the panel so I can show some of my content? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Black Power, man. I'm hollering at you. Shout out to A1. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Keep it up, brother Reggie.
Can we just do it another night and set you up for another show, so that way you will be more well prepared?
You think that'd be better?
Yeah, even though he already dropped off, I think we should just get you, so that way you're not rushing through it, and you know exactly what you want to bring. I'd rather you come prepared from the beginning.
All right.
We already started another build. We can touch on some information if you just want to bring it up, but I still want your whole presentation. Like, I want
So you're not letting me
still
slide
give-
with that. I still owe you a PowerPoint.
Yeah, you still owe me an episode, bro. You still owe me an episode.
And
That's
don't
all.
invite me the next time that you do it. Don't invite me, Joey, to come on. Don't do that.
No, brother Reggie, I didn't say for you to drop off. I said everybody but you. I didn't say that, brother Reggie.
No, but I do want to. Yeah. Okay. So what do you? I'll stop. You just tell me what I should do. What should I do?
No. What
I want to
said
see
was-
what you had.
No, hold on. Let me clear this up. I said I wanted everyone to drop off, but you, brother Reggie, I wasn't putting you off the show. I didn't say that to you.
No, I know
wasn't
that.
for you.
But you had something else that you wanted to plan, and I didn't know that that's what you wanted to do.
No, brother Reggie. Nothing I'm saying applies to you. I'm glad you came on the show. So don't take that towards you. I didn't say anything towards you, Brother Reggie. Nothing I thought towards you.
Yeah, I
That
didn't want to
wasn't
mix
directed
the
to
two
you.
builds. We already had, we was having a strong build. I didn't want to break it and then start
No,
another.
no, no. Let me explain myself to Brother
Okay.
Reggie because he's
No, you
going
don't
so
have
bad.
to. Here's my misunderstanding. Okay, bye. It's my misunderstanding. So I do want to help people. Well, no, first, Joey, keep talking.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, while he's looking for that, because I definitely.
No, I wanted to show content, but he said at this point it doesn't make any sense to do that because we went too far.
Or you can flash it. You can flash your content. Come on.
No, I can't do it because my laptop is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you want me to go back to your YouTube page? I got you.
Yeah, and the reason I want you to go back is because I actually have some videos dealing with Brother Reggie's paper that we could pull up and kind of look at it a little bit. That's why I wanted to promote his paper.
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually did a 5-part series on it, so I just wanted to promote that so people could see it. If you don't mind,
you still owe me an episode, brother. You still owe me.
I'm cool with that. But
Okay,
since you're going this way, let me at least pull that out to show the detractors that I do have some content on my platform that's worthy.
What number? What am I looking for?
If you look into, I think it's videos, you'll see some that are titled Brother Reggie Paper. It'll be about 5 of them. So you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Hopefully this sound is good because me and technology don't mix because I was having problems with sound, all kind of things. My phone just now was going left, right, beeping and blipping, all kind of madness. If you don't see it there, you'll look for lives, and you see it and you see it on lives.
Yeah, it's not. I think I just saw it. Sheesh.
I think those are lives, right?
Okay, Reggie Papers Part 1.
Yeah.
It goes from
Yeah.
1 to
Yeah.
Reggie Papers.
Click on that one. Click on that one.
Yeah.
Part 1 and 2 because that's a compilation.
Good night,
video.
good evening, depending on what time
Sound
it
is much
is
better
that
too.
you're on the world. This is me reading the first 5 pages for real this time of Brother Reginald Mayberry's paper, Syncretism, a means and method for accurately translating Kemet to you and Kem. Reginald A. Mayberry, independent scholar. Reggie.mayberry@gmail.com.
You still have that wavy,
This
watery
article is a
sound in the
reflection of the
background.
presentation offered at
That's
2019
just my voice.
Foundation for Classical African Civilization.
No, it's like it's almost like a
Conference,
frequency.
where the origins and meanings of the word Kemet has a footnote there, which we'll get to later, was debated. This examination seeks to identify syncretism as a proposed and superior method of interpreting ancient texts, specifically the Medu Neter. Therefore, syncretism affords a more accurate understanding of the ancient texts of the Kemetiu. More specifically, the aim and objective of this article is to examine the origins of the ancient Egyptian word Kemet to highlight and establish its relationship with both the Black cattle and the sacred Black people that ancients referred to.
Okay, that wavy thing is messing with my eardrums. I have headphones on.
Wow, boy.
It's going. Yeah, you were gonna have to get your audio together. Let me see. How old are these? I want to go over the information. That's throwing me though. 18 minutes.
Yeah,
I can't do the wavy thing for 18 minutes. 1 minute was just a lot. Even the little TikTok mics, they're like $10, and they have the noise reduction. They sound so clear.
Wow.
This is only 7 months ago.
I have more recent ones.
Only 7 months. Wow. That
I have more recent. No.
Yeah,
No, the audio sounded like it was done a long time ago. I just assumed.
No, I was having once again. I was having problems with my mic and all kind of madness. So maybe if you come up to a more recent one, you wouldn't have that problem. I don't know. I was having all kind of technical problems. Now go to the lives. Go to the lives. The lives are the more recent one. So pick one of those and see and see which one piques your interest. And we'll see if that will have better sound.
Who is this? This is Titans TV.
Good night, everyone. I'm just doing a little repost of my make it big.
Interested, and especially.
I wish we could find this
in the work
original
that you're
video
trying to
instead
do.
of your restream because, of course, that would mess up the audio.
So we had to pick another
Oh,
one. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
it's okay. It's already clicking on me on that. Yeah, see, that's why I'm trying to get you some good solid ones, you know, with the good graphics and everything. Don't
Yeah.
worry, we're just gonna have to have you do this actual PowerPoint, and then we'll have one that's solid, clear audio, crispy for
Okay,
your
we can do that.
fans, and you can slap it all the way back up there. I'm not even, I'm not tripping about it. I
Yeah,
do want to get some of your information out, and
but now I'm feeling.
it's
But
dope
now
that you
I'm
got Brother
feeling.
Reggie here to expound on anything that people may
But
have
now
questions
I'm
about
feeling
too.
embarrassed now because you're picking the videos and the videos ain't looking too right.
Bro, it's okay. That's why I'm here. I'm here to serve, bro. I'm here to serve the
I
community.
don't like that, man. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Don't worry about it.
I don't like
Do
it.
not
'Cause
worry about it.
trust me.
Trust me. That just means you got to get to work. You got the information, package it.
Yeah,
Get as
now I'm
much
feeling
time
bad,
as you
man.
need. You want to go 3-4 hours? Go ahead, do your thing. You had a moving background. You need an intro song. I got you.
Well,
And you know what
I
you want me to
appreciate
play?
that. I appreciate that, man. But I don't know now. I don't know. Now I'm feeling bad. I don't like the way this is turning out.
You don't feel bad, man. So I don't feel bad. I'm not mad at you, man. I'm not disappointed.
Nah.
It's okay.
Nah, I'm disappointed. I'm very upset now.
Don't be disappointed because it's history. So that's the problem.
Yeah,
We're always self-critical, but the fact of the matter is you did the work. So look, we got to watch old VHS tapes and stuff like that, with all type of artifacts in it, right? So that I wouldn't worry about that. I just think that if you have information that's packed in there that is hard, that you can't Google, then there it goes.
I don't Google anything. That
Right.
not
What
Google.
I'm
That
saying is
definite.
people can't Google, then that's fine, right? And then guess what? And sometimes when you have time, you could do remakes, right? It's because we got new tools. We got artificial intelligence tools and stuff like that, right? So some of them can record your voice and then redo your voice all over, and then sometimes you could, in fact, clean up the audio, right? So, and for you not to be in this country in the United States, because he's not in the United States now, right? You know that, right? He's not in the United States.
And that's another problem too. I don't have access to some of the tools based on not having access to U.S. currency, and that's a problem.
See, we might can help you out, man. We might can help you out. I didn't know that, man. I think I can. We'll work on that.
Now I'm gonna say this to you, A1, as a man who's been married for 21 years. My wife, you almost got me in trouble because my wife saw your stream and saw Cash App and thought I put up a Cash App. So, for the sake of my marriage, I can't accept any cash donations. I can't put up a Cash App. I can't do those things. So the most I could accept is if you want to maybe say some of the videos and you could possibly clean them up for me. That's the most I can accept. I can't.
I got you. We could just repackage the information and you can put it back out. That's what I'm trying to get you to do over here. It'll give you a chance to get your speaking skills back tightened up. You get all the practice you need over here on the Coliseum Arguments. I got this video pulled up. I think this might be the one. It might be a different one. Did you want to watch some of this? This looked like the one that you had a video on. It might be Reggie on Titans TV.
It might be this one.
Shout out Kalam if he's watching. Get us a thumbs up too, and make sure you get on over to Titans TV and help run their numbers up, man. They're showing a lot of support and they're doing some dope stuff overseas.
He went to the museum with me. Kalam came to New York.
For real?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
that's what's up, man. Yeah, that's what's up. I saw he gave me a shout out the one day. I'm like, man, that's dope that I didn't even think he knew who I was, man. So definitely big shout out to him. I'm new. I've only been doing this for hasn't even been 120 days that I've been a host. I've been debating for about 2 years. So, I kind of got pushed into this space and try to create a space for the people who didn't have a voice on other platforms. So
like they're pushing me into the debate space too, right, A1?
they're trying, you know, but you know, I do
No,
presentation style interviews for people. So
but it's
if you don't want
interesting.
to,
But it's interesting how I come out here for one thing, and the show went a totally different way. And to be honest, I wanted it to go this way anyway.
as
So it's
long
all
as the
right.
people get the information, I always feel like it's a win. So, and that's what definitely happened today.
Well, Jose is a friend of mine, so so I, and he's kind. He's not, how can I say? He's in our communities. We're rough. We're rough on each other, nasty, right? Jose is really kind and grateful, right? Um, yeah, it's rough. Listen, if you wrong and strong, King J will stomp all over you, leave nothing left, right? So invite him to your to be one of your debaters. Right?
Yep, I got that lined up. I have a presentation coming up from him. He was ready to go at any moment in time. He's sitting on here waiting for me to end this stream so he could be like, "Hey, what's up, man? Crank that boy back up."
Yeah,
Like,
he on
no,
go
bro.
time. He on
He
go
on go
time, boy.
time.
Huh?
I'm joking, but I'm
He's like
serious.
that dude in
I'm serious a little bit too.
what's that dude? What's that dude in Atlanta? Little something. What's his name?
He
He
ready.
was caught up in that trial on Young Thug. What's his name?
Young Woody.
Yeah.
Yo,
Lil Woody.
yo, boy, he's like him on go time, boy. Just point.
That's hey, brother Reggie. I mean, you didn't call it to me. I'm just saying that dude told on some people. So if you compare him to that people to him, I mean, we know you probably didn't know that, but people will take it as an insult.
What?
Woody's a snitch?
If you compare anybody to Woody, yeah.
Well,
he's a snitch for real?
Yeah, he told. I mean, I guess that's what's going around. Don't
look,
let me
they
get to making claims.
all of them boys told, right?
Yeah,
It's just that they wanted to use him as a fall guy.
I like that, Dan. I like how you put it.
Because he did the work. He the shooter, right? So it's hard in a case when everybody's telling on you and you trying to get yourself free. That's why you shouldn't enter that game. But I'm in New York. I know about that game real lovely. Right?
Yeah. I just didn't want you to say it to somebody and they think you're saying something that you weren't.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, you cool over here though.
Yeah, I might not be cool in Atlanta.
Yeah. If you say it somewhere else, they might be like, "What'd you say?" I didn't want you to have to go through that.
I'm just saying that they got caught up in the case, and actually, Lil Woody helped them get free. He said he got told, but he was a boss, right? He messed up the whole thing, right? When they put him on the stand, he messed up the whole thing. He got them boys free, huh? They should be grateful, but they're not. But anyway, I ain't going to Atlanta no time soon. That's not my place. I ain't going nowhere no time soon. I got so many enemies. Shit, I ain't going nowhere. Right? So what I wanted to
brother Reggie does museum tours too, right?
Definitely not. No, I didn't. I'm gonna have to sign up for one.
Yes,
I just subscribed to his page, so if he has his info up on there.
Nah, I mean, look, I have my email and stuff like that. If you're in New York with your family, I love to take families. I love to take children, right? I don't I kind of personalize it. I'm not one of those type of people who go in there and act like I really kind of interact. I give you a handout. Shoot, how old is your oldest? Your oldest child?
13.
I got him. They'll be reading Meta Nature faster than you. You'll be like, Brother Reggie, give me a handout, and I'll be like, nope, right? Shoot. I'll have them read 20% of the Meta Nature before they walk out the museum, just by handouts. All they got to do is just match the king, right? Match the sound, and we rocking. You got to take a class.
Some people, they have to learn like that. They're
the kids are faster learner because we got too much blockage. We got bills to pay. You be worrying about how much is the hotels in New York? You know what I'm saying? Yo, look at You know, when's my flight coming back home? How much that gonna cost, right? You got too much stress. Your kids, they ain't got no stress. They be like, wow, this is a great museum. I didn't know that these are black people. They look like us. Wow, daddy, this person look like you, and this person look like mom, and this person look like grandma, right? And are you serious? I never knew that these people called Egyptians look like us. They in Africa? Oh wow, wow. Now, you know, so it's things like that is fine. And with women and stuff like that, I do an excellent job on women in ancient Africa. I largely talk about them more than I talk about the kings. I talk about the women, right? You know, so anyway, but what I wanted to show you to close out, and thank you for anybody that gave me a contribution. I'm almost able to buy a McDonald's breakfast sandwich. I ain't there yet. I ain't there yet, so I can't. I gotta chip in. But let me show you this. Okay, so this is for our friends and family. This is for our researchers. Please stop arguing with these people who can't tell you this is the number one weapon. So if you share my screen, and I can't make it larger, but okay, you go to ancestry.com. The accounts are expensive. They charge ridiculous price, $29 a month, right? But if you get your ducks in order prior to going on, it's going to help you. And if you only got $29 for the month, then you got to do your best work. Otherwise, you need another month and another month, right? But please don't leave this account running and you're not doing no work, because this is for genealogists. So here is this is me. This is my dad. This is this is my father and my father's people. So let's start it right here. So this is my father. This is my mother. This is her dad and her mom, his dad and his mom. And you see these little ribbons right here with the green things? Mm-hmm. These are called hints. So my dad, his father is Willie Pender. His mother's name is Jenny Mabry. They were not married. Right? Mm-hmm. And what happens is, okay, so I noticed, so I was booked up before I started. And then it goes on, my mother's father's mother and father, and my mother's mother and father. So for example, like let's go to Willie Pender. So when I go to Willie Pender, I would go to hints. And when I go to hints for Willie Pender, it would start pulling information about Willie Pender that I need to know, right? I need to know his census records. I need to know his death certificate. I need to know things about him that's going to tell me about my own family. I don't need no goddamn Bible, right? Right? And then there are other people that I may have to verify to see if this record is connected to the Willie Pender that I am talking about. Y'all got it? Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So then, for example, I'll go back. Let's go back. So taking this process from Willie Pender, I get his parents, Willie Pender and Marina Dancy, right? And then I do the same thing. I go over here and I go, I do the profile. And profile is going to tell me what I already have. This is what I already have, information about what I already have about this. So I know that Sterling Pender was married to Marina Ramsey Dancy, and I would verify it by the death certificate. I could verify it by census records, right? I can verify it by marriage records, right? So this is how we do genealogy research. So then we get back to, we go over here. So now we're into the 1808 period. So Sterling Pender, his daddy is Pompey Pender. So we go into here and we do the same thing. I go and find out. I would verify through his marriage records and death records and census records the birth of the son. So this is how I know that Sterling Pender is a son, right, of Pompey Pender, right? And then I look at other family resident members. And then, okay, so for example, here, that's Pompey Pender. And then I have a hint. So now with Pompey Pender, I can go, it's going to give me some additional information. Now, remember, I'm in 1808, right? So there might be other Pompey Penders, right? But over here, there might be some other cohabitation. So a cohabitation. So if I don't know if I can do this because I didn't pay. No, I didn't. I stopped paying because it's expensive, and I'll get back on. It's $24 monthly, right? But I'm so sure that I can get this record, right? So then we go back. Let's go back. Because everything is computerized now, before you had to do it by hand. And it would take hours and hours and days. And you would go there and guess what? You might find nothing. It would be horrible. But now, okay, so this is Sterling Pender, right? So then I can go to his wife, Marina, and I can begin to get information on. So I know that Marina Remy Dancy's mother is Bessie Dancy. I can do this to Alan C. Okay, Alan, I have to do some more work on Alan. Jordan Dickens. So then I have his relatives, and then I have potential to his parents. And then Baita, I know, right? I know her, right? Because Baita would be the name of my my aunt, my great aunt, and they begin to rename family members based on their own children. And Susan Rossi is one of my white relatives. Susan Rossi, she's white. She married Jim Powell, right? And he's black, and she's white. And then I get Betty Powell, right? And so when you click on, it's not exciting because this is my family history, but it would be exciting if you knew, watch this, if you did your own family, right? It would be exciting. It's something that you could bring to family reunions. It's something that you can give as a gift to your children, right? So that guess what? In my family are not biblical people. So when the Hebrews say, I'm a Hebrew, I ask you, are you circumcised? Was your father a Hebrew? Yeah, well, he was circumcised. Was he circumcised in the hospital? Was he circumcised in the temple? Right? Okay, so you can't argue with me about history when your history is made up and my history is real. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
You got it. And so now,
and you got it right there in front of you.
Yeah. So I'm in 1808, the 1830s, right? I'm in that period. I'm in 1808 period. So and then guess what? Sometimes guess what? The records stop. They stop. Why? Because maybe some of your relatives are from the Caribbean, meaning imported from the Caribbean, not Caribbeans at this time, but imported from the Caribbeans. Sometimes in the 1850s and 60s, Africans are still being imported into this country, right? So there's not a long reign, meaning that there are enslaved people coming into this country. And then sometimes you might find census records, right, where the name stops, but you have the plantation owner, and you have your family in a plantation as a worker with no real name. Boy, 14 years old, right, on the Dickens plantation, right? And then what you would do is you would get the census records, and then you say, oh, shoot, wow, this matches up with the age of my great-great-grandfather at this time period. So it becomes tricky, but this is real history. This is not foundational Black Americans where they call themselves foundational Black Americans, but they don't even know their own family. So I'll stop sharing, and if you have any comments. But do you understand this? This is the type of researcher that I am versus makeup artists. You know, those people that put up on those men that put up makeup, lipstick, mascara, right? You can't have these arguments. And guess what? I have a claim for reparations, right? You can't have a claim for reparations if you can't show family members at a particular time period, at a particular location, right? So if I can show my family in, for example, Edgecombe County in North Carolina, and they're being disenfranchised, right? Or they had to move, then I have a claim for reparations. I just can't say my great-great-granddaddy was a slave. I can't say that, right? Now, these people right here, Gloria Pearson, my mom, right? Okay, her father was William Henry Pearson and C. Harrison Pearson, right? Now watch this. You see this Pearson right here?
You're not sharing your screen anymore.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Stop sharing.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you. Okay, so sorry.
So Reggie, you could have easily have been a Pender.
You sound real muffled, King J.
Yeah, I am. No, my real name, my paternal real name is Pender.
Okay.
Right? But my family, most of my family did not. They knew who Willie Pender was, but my real name is Reginald. Should be Reginald A. Pender. Yeah. But it is Mabry because they were unmarried. They were not married. So meaning he was an older guy, she was a younger guy. She died of swine flu on a plantation. Her son, which is Alfred Mabry, this Alfred Mabry right here, he was raised, and he's cousin. So his cousins were Penders, right? But he was raised as an orphan, right? And we can find out who he was living with at that time. But what I wanted to show you was William Henry Pearson and C. Harris, Claudia Harrison Pearson, right? Okay, I have a cousin, right? Watch this. So you know the 1812 is it the 1812 project? So let's see, Calvin Pearson, 1812 project. Is it 1811 or 18? It could be 1811, right? Let's just show you something. I think it's an 1811 project. So, my cousin Calvin Pearson. Oh, sorry, it's the 1619 project, right? My cousin, he is the one who found out where Africans were first landed in the United States, right? My cousin Calvin Pearson, and this is his story. So he was a researcher, an engineer, just like me, right? And better than me, he helped recognize Hampton, which is the forts. There was Fort Comfort that became Fort Monroe, is the place, not Jamestown, that our people came to, right? So when you see Dane Calloway show that sign about the 1619 project, right? Okay, it was my cousin that did the research, right? And lots of times, okay, so here, so if I say Calvin Pearson's mother, you would find that his mother was Claudia Pearson, right? And so now, okay, so what does it says? It says correcting a narrative steeped in long-standing traditions and trusted historical documents is never an easy task. And for Pearson and his warrior members of Project 1619, it was an uphill battle. Their mission was to convince those in authority that it was that what is today Fort Monroe, Virginia, in Hampton, was actually the landing site in 1619 of the first chained Africans from the nation of Angola, right? Thusly, that was a ground zero where American slavery began. So how do you like that, y'all?
That's interesting, Reggie. It's like this is the first I've heard you mention this on any panel as far as like Calvin Pearson being your cousin. That's really interesting. So I'm sorry, you know, my condolences. I just looked and saw that he passed last year, and the problem is if it's the same one.
And what happened was,
I was gonna say if it's the same one I'm looking at, he resembles Judge Joe Brown like tremendously. That's the one that I'm looking at with the glasses.
Yeah, he's very light. He's very light. And that's where I get my likeness from my mother. But so his parents was Clarence Pearson, right? And Sally Mae Pearson, right? And then is Claudia, right? And well, he grew up in Hampton. We grew up in Newport News. But I met him a long time ago, and I had tried to get in touch with him, but he was getting sickly, right? And so these people right here, these are all my cousins. These are all my cousins. But my family is responsible for the 1619 project, right? So so let's go back here. So, right. So this is in this area right here. So my grandfather, Alfred Pearson's brother is related to the father of Calvin Pearson, right? So there you go. There you go. And I
appreciate you for sharing that.
But my main thing is, so my main thing is go to ancestry.com and then put in your parents, as much information as your parents and your grandparents, and then you follow the links, and then you talk to your aunties and your whoever's left, and you try to verify it there, right? Otherwise you're gonna only verify it by paper. But some of you are younger than me, and your aunties and maybe even your grandmother. So if you have a grandmother or grandfather still alive, call them up this holiday. Call them up and say, I want to talk to you about your daddy, because you know who your grandfather is. You want to ask or your grandmother, you want to ask them, what's the name of your daddy? And did you know, and your mama? And did you know your grandparents? Now you fast track it. Now you plug it into the engine. So then you're not a lost and found. They talk about the lost found tribes of Israel. Well, you're a lost found African American right now. I'm not, but you are. And these people here, see all these people right here? They deserve to be remembered. By doing this, you are a member of your family that brings somebody back to life. They're sitting in these graves and nobody's ever called their name, mentioned them, cared about them. But guess what? In this engine, you can get access to newspaper articles and stuff like that talk about some of the times they're military heroes. Sometimes that they did great things for their cities. Sometimes they're elected officials. Sometimes they're just common folks. But the fact of the matter is, guess what? They belong to you. So the Bible goes away from me here. This is where the Bible goes away from me, because I don't need to. Yes, these people were Christians. They were not Hebrews. So my daddy, my daddy's daddy, my daddy's daddy's daddy, right? My daddy's daddy, they were not Hebrews. They were not Native Americans. I don't have Native Americans in my family. I have white people and black people. So you can't, Top Cat, yo, you can miss me with that bullshit. But then at the same time, you're going to have to show me yours. You want to debate me, Top Cat, on Aboriginal bullshit? Then you're going to have to show me your family, Top Cat. Right? Otherwise, don't be Dan Calloway. Don't make it up for my family, nigga. Keep it to your family, right? Your family is not my family. So don't be lying on my family, because here's my family. So that's all I want to say about how we do future debates. And A1, what you should be looking for in debates, you should ask them, yo, before you start talking about all these other people, you be like, yo, son, yo, do you know your own people? But my first cousin, right? Great first cousin, Calvin Pearson, discovered 1619.
That's what's up that you can go that far back, man. I'm about to definitely look into mine. I didn't know it was they got it broken up into monthly payments now. I know when I was looking at it last, it was like a 150 package, I think, and it would go on sale sometimes around Christmas.
Well, no, that's for DNA.
Okay, that's for the DNA.
Yeah, Ancestry.com. Don't click the DNA package. Click the genealogy package. And then you can pay $29. And guess what, man? If your parents are still alive and your grandparents are still alive, they want to talk. Nobody's asked them in a long while about who their people are, how they grew up, what happened to them. Spend your holidays, Black people, talking to your grandparents and great-grandparents, because next year they may not be here. And then when they're not here, you know how you lose a treasure chest, right? You lose a treasure chest of something that belongs to you, and you have replaced it. You have replaced it with the Negro Christian world, right? And that's all I want to say. And I hope this was helpful to your platform and to Jose's platform.
Definitely. I know. I appreciate you. I'm sure. I know Jose does as well.
Thank you,
King J. I know he appreciates the wisdom Brother Reggie brings. Jose probably has. I'm joking. These two, I thought they were friends because they always have a cordial dialogue, even when they disagree.
Frenemies. Frenemies.
I don't know Joey at all.
Don't start that again, Reggie. We passed that stage already.
You see how cool he's been the whole night? You would never know.
Yeah, because I gotta break him up. So, but listen, Jose is good what he does. King J is good what he does. But he has a certain acumen right now that he's popping his collar, right? And so sometimes a young brother, I gotta tap him on his shoulder, right? Right. But he's both of them are doing really well. I'm happy to be in their company because I'm 60 years old. I got about 15 years worth of life, right? In 15 years, I'm gone. I'm 75. I'll be just trying to make it. So I have to leave a legacy. My elder, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he's in a nursing home right now, right? He's in a nursing home. He's not the same Dr. Jeffries. Just in 4 years, he didn't take a COVID shot. He listened to the nuts, and he caught COVID, had some heart problems, and he remembers me. But a lot of people come up there, he don't remember them, right? because he had a heart operation, and then that he suffered under that. And this is Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Ben the almost the same way, right? So watch this. A holiday can make a difference. So A1, King J, unfortunately Jose, he does have family in Americas, but Jose has the hardest work because he has to call them up personally and get their names, and then he has to go to church records, right? But King J, UA1, and the rest of you, give something to your children, right? Next Christmas holiday, give a book to your children about who they are. Okay, I'm done.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you for sure. King J, you got any closing remarks?
Yeah,
We'll let Jose close it out.
yeah, of course. This is a blessing to be on the panel. I enjoyed the brother Reggie and his presentation, Jose's presentation as well. So
Appreciate you tapping in, and we about to get you lined up for one this week for sure. I definitely got like two days free, so we're gonna get you in one of them. Shoot me a picture to whatever contact you got for me, so that way I can get started on your graphics.
Yeah, he can make you a superhero.
Yeah, I'm make you a superhero before you go to sleep tonight. That'll be finished. If you need any help with anything too, Brother Reggie, along those lines, reach out to Jose. Jose has my email, or you can find me, and I'll help you with anything you need, a rebrand or anything.
I'm on the front page of DC Comics. I'm a human hero. You know that?
No, I didn't. You gotta send it. Where do I look that up at before you go? Because I may not be able to.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you right now. DC Comics, and it's called Free Speech. And I'll show you the article that I'm in. I'm waiting to pull it up. Images. Let's see. Where is it? It's gonna take it. DC Comics, free speech. 1 second. They did a series on free speech in America, and let's gonna give me a second. I normally have this like real quick, so give me a few more seconds to say a few words while I find it. Right? Yeah. Why don't you talk? It's just going to take me another minute to find the article. DC Comics, free speech. Where is it?
Well, A1, thanks again for inviting me on the platform.
Man, you're always welcome over here. Let me know when you're ready to present anything. We'll figure out how to make sure that way you have some clear audio. Your audio's been clear all night, though. I think we should just do something new. And hopefully it translates into something good for your portfolio.
For some reason, me and technology haven't been friends these past few months.
We will figure it out. Like I say, these TikTok mics are $10. We'll donate you the mic if you can't take monetary donations to get one. We will figure out how to get it to you.
Listen to me. Right now, I'm so scared to take anything because anything that comes in here, if I didn't buy it, my wife didn't buy it, I have to explain where it came from.
We'll let her know before we send it, so that way she's expecting it. That's what we're gonna do.
I have to explain because, and number one, I can't use Cash App because I'm in foreign. If I could, and my wife see that, oh my God.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out, and you're gonna explain it to her before we send it, because I don't want to waste my money either. I don't want her to throw it out when it get there.
So. No. I'm definitely gonna take it. I'm not a fool.
Let's go. Let's make it happen then.
What can we send you, brother? Okay, so share my screen.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know why these clowns mess with me, right? So DC Comics, 2020, issue number 8, DC Comics. You see it right there? Represent in defense of free speech. Who's this brother right here? Who's that brother right there?
That's you. That's you on that picture right there, Brother Reggie?
That's me. So here I go on the bus. Here I go right here. I'm leading my team. We're at Harvard University, and our job is to shadow Dr. Leonard Jeffries and to protect them. And we ran into a situation where there's protesters out there who recognized us, right? They recognized us and from City College, and then they began to attack us. I was able to get them in safety. And one of the people that was on the team, my good brother over here, he happens to be a nationally known artist. He's drawn Batman, Batgirl. He's drawn for DC Comics and Marvel Comics. And he got a chance to say something about his life. And he remembered this story where, there go Brother Reggie. You see Brother Reggie right there? Brother Reggie chilling on a bus and reading newspapers. And I'm guiding my team. And I get them to safety, and I saved their black asses and mine. So I ended up, I ended up in this magazine. I don't know what the rest of it is. It's funny. That's
fire. That's fire right there.
Yeah, so I'm a human.
And that's on Amazon. Go check that out, everybody. Brother Reggie is in a comic book from
front page
on Amazon. Front page.
No, don't knock me, yo. Front page. I'm the headline, yo. You trying to knock me out?
My bad, Brother Reggie. Yeah, correct that. Yeah. Correct that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
correction on that. Instant refutation.
Yeah.
On the front page, baby. The only person from this debate arena I've seen do it. So again,
yeah. So when you say you want to rebrand Brother Reggie is the boss of this.
Yes, Brother Reggie is the brand. It ain't no rebrand. You are the brand.
Yeah,
I like it, man. Come on.
You see this right here? Yeah. So
let me see what else you got.
No, I want to see if more of it comes up, or is it because they want you to buy the stupid magazine. I mean, not the stupid magazine, but they want you to buy it. So I just want to see if they. I ended up having to buy it. I wanted the paper, but I could not get the paper. But anyway, that's Brother Reggie right there, DC Comic Books, right? There you go, right there, Brother Reggie, and this is the people that was trying to attack us, and so just some of these people, they got to know who they're attacking. People that got real history, right? So I'll stop sharing so that you can end the show. It is 12:44, and all of us are tired. I gotta go to court tomorrow.
It was that late. Yeah, she's just late.
Yeah, I gotta go to court tomorrow, 7:15. I'm helping somebody on a defamation case. People need to be careful about defaming people on YouTube. But I'm doing helping a pro se litigant on a defamation case, and it's been 1.5 years, and he's getting ready to go to trial. So we have a hearing tomorrow, and I've done a lot. I've done a lot in it. But anyway. Hey, peace and peace to y'all. So I'm gonna log off so I don't say nothing else. Peace.
Appreciate you. Have a good night. Good luck tomorrow. And Jose, any closing remarks from you?
Well, after that show, I don't think I have to say much of anything, right?
Hey, and you still owe me a presentation. I don't think you owe King J one, but no, you don't owe me anything either. I just definitely want to have you back. When you're ready to present something.
Let me be honest. Let me be honest. I was juiced up to do a presentation. It turned out good, but still, a part of me is a little upset I didn't get to do some sort of content presentation.
Hey, I'm not going anywhere, Jose. I'm here, and I'm here to serve the people.
And I think I'm old and cranky, and I think I'm need to go lay down, so I'm feeling cranky too. So all of that plays into it. I know you can relate to that, right?
I can definitely relate to that. I did a 24-hour stream this weekend. We broke it up into 2 parts, so that way we can.
Well, I was in there for about 18 of them 24 hours. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
You was getting it in. That's why I was like, oh yeah, Jose can hang with the best of them, man. We gotta have him back, man.
So thanks again.
No problem.
I'm going to
Appreciate you.
drink it. Now, question. Would you want me to come in and do some debates?
You debate? You want to?
Well, here's what.
See, under the clock is
DMG
where you probably would shine and do your best because people can't cut you off.
Yeah. DMG has been after me for the longest time to do a debate.
Shout out them brothers over
And
there.
in all fairness, I challenged Siki during his platform, and I told him I wanted his platform to be the first debate. So I'm gonna give him time to see if that comes to fruition, and if it doesn't come to fruition, then I'll do it. But in all fairness, I did promise him first, so I don't know how that's gonna work out.
No doubt. You know, you can put me to the side and choose me second right in front of me, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I'll be turned down by better. It's all right. I'm joking.
No. But here's what I'll do.
No, I'm joking with you. No, I'm messing. That was all jokes, bro. It's all jokes, man.
All right. So, but here's the thing. Now, you said the debaters over here get paid, right?
Debaters get paid, as well as over there though too. Just so you know.
But here's the thing.
He definitely started that trend, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the soldier boy of that, man. He got that one on lock. Give them brothers a round of applause. You know,
I'm
he's
glad
definitely a trendsetter. He is the trendsetter of.
Glad you said that.
The $50 debates.
Good. He'll be glad to hear you said that.
Yeah, you know, he paved the way, man. I'm just happy to be here, man.
I wanted to, but we'll talk about that later because I wanted to get a laptop, but I wanted to work something out where if I do a debate for you, instead of you sending me the cash, you could hold on to the cash that I earn, and then when it reaches a certain point, I'll just get a laptop. If I don't get it for Christmas.
We may be able to work on getting one before that. I know a lot of people donate a lot of things, and I do a lot of community stuff, and a lot of that stuff's floating around. So,
bro, I don't even know.
Stuff like that's easy to get my hands on for the law. But yeah, now that I know that you're looking, I'll keep my eye open for that.
Now, Christmas is coming up, so I'm perceiving that I'm going to get a laptop for Christmas.
Yeah, manifest that. You know, get yourself in alignment with those goals. As I say, this background is fire. I did my thing on this, man.
Yeah.
Anybody need a presentation with a fire background for your portfolio? Make sure you hit me up. Titans Debate League at gmail.com. We'll get you up here in the Coliseum arguments, and you can let the rest of the Titans see what you got.
Here's what I want. I want to know if you could get me a good intro. That's what I want.
On the way up, I hear that beeping. Y'all hear that? Yep, I heard it. Going in my microphone and coming back out your speaker back into my thing. Hold on, let me mute this and go turn off the toaster oven.
Oh, I thought it was a smoke detector. I was about to say.
No, that's my toaster oven going on.
I said, please don't let it be a smoke detector.
No, my food done. I was over here whipping up, but y'all was talking for a second.
Oh, I got scared. Yes. All right. So I think I'm gonna let you go because both of us ready to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But you could hit me up about possibly getting me an intro song. I would appreciate it.
Definitely, we're gonna work on that. Yeah, you will see me. Just remind me tomorrow when you see me during the day. You know, I'll be live sometime.
I said, Mr. Forgetful to remind you of something. That's not good.
Well, I
forget everything.
I'm trying to remember everything. I need to just write it down. I usually am big on writing things down immediately.
And these whole hours I'm working is not helping my memory at all.
Yeah, sleep is important and key for a good memory and mood. Make sure that you keep that in your regimen. Closing remarks one more time. We'll give you another set of closing remarks.
Well, I just
shout out Jose again.
Thankful for being on the platform. Like, share, and subscribe to my platform. Go and check out my videos as they are, and that's it. So have a good night. Good night, A1. Thanks again. Let me go see if I can lay down for a few minutes because
you have a good night as well. And peace, Titan family. We're going to end with a song called Family from Connie Son. You can go check him out on all platforms. Spotify is where I usually play him at. This song and the rest of the album, as well as my intro song that you hear and love so much, are all on there. And I think you can add them on all social medias. Tell them A1 sent you. Wow, I can't get to that section for some reason. Okay. Oh, well, then, I don't know. StreamYard's tweaking. It's doing something weird, and my computer's fast, so it's got to be something with their system. Okay, well, sorry about that. Y'all have a good night. Check y'all next time. And like I always say, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Have a good night.